seats. It's 9 o'clock. I see my friends, the chair of the Plants and Animals Committee, are here and ready to proceed with the points on their agenda. So if everyone could please take your seats. So, thank you, everyone. I note that I have quorum of the Standing Committee. Thank you. So, I think we will begin. So, we finished yesterday with the introduction from the chairs of the Plants and Animals Committee of their report. And in the report of the chair of the committees, under paragraphs 41, 42, and 43, you can see a few questions that they've posed to the Standing Committee. And I was wondering, just to refresh our memory, maybe I will start with the fauna points, and I will turn to the chair of the Animals Committee. If you just want to refresh the committee in terms of the recommendations from the Animals Committee to the Standing Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will gladly do that. So, concerning the matters from the Animals Committee, the Standing Committee is invited to note the information in paragraphs 5 to 16 above. Let me just take off that thing. So now I think you can understand me better, not so muffled. So note the information in paragraph 5 to 16, then review the proposed draft decisions in paragraph 8, which concern, let me refresh my memory, concern the matter of whether African elephant should be considered as one or two separate species. We have drafted some decision in relation to that. Then also provide guidance on the matter of benefits and impacts of higher taxon listings in the appendices as outlined in paragraph 10. And we have a proposal of two decisions in that regard. If you want, I can read them out slowly.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And so just so everyone's with us, you are reading two decisions to address the recommendation that the committee made in paragraph 10, I believe, 10 and 11. So thank you,
Yes.
Chair.
Yeah, okay. So these decisions would read as follows. Decision 19AA, decision directed to the Animals and Plants Committee. The Animals and Plants Committees shall, taking into consideration document AC31, Doc 838 with its annex and its addendum, as well as the provisions of Resolution Conf 924, Ref Cop 17, Annex 3, review the impacts of existing and future higher taxon listings in the appendices and propose further guidance and recommendations as necessary for consideration by the Standing Committee. And then 19BB, decision directed to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee shall take into account the guidance and recommendations from the Animals and Plants Committees and make any recommendations to the 20th meeting of the Conference of the Parties as required. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee. And so my suggestion is to open the floor on the two proposals from the Animals Committee, and then we will continue with the other elements of this document. So right now, the Animals Committee is seeking comments from the Standing Committee on the proposed decisions, which are found in paragraph 8 of Doc 6. And the Animals Committee is also seeking our advice on whether to submit to the Conference of the Parties decisions to allow for consideration of the impacts of higher taxon listings in the next intersessional period. So I open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee to see your reactions to the proposals from the Animals Committee. And I also invite observer parties who may wish to take the floor. China, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China supports the promotion for the protection of elephants with a strengthened synergy between that and the protection of the pangolin with a higher listing, and we also support this for Appendix 3. In principle, we support the draft decision, and in particular the draft decision for the Animals Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, we want to commend the work that has been done by the Chair and the team in compiling this very important report. We are of the opinion that since science has proved and recognized African forest elephants as separate species to the African savanna elephants, it's obvious that the two subspecies exist in different geographical locations and should be recognized and treated differently by CITES. Chair, bringing this matter to parties seeking for opinion on the issue that science has proved is laying the process. We therefore recommend that the Standing Committee should request the COP to recognize the two species separately. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tanzania. I will continue to take inputs from parties. I see India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the issue of the listing of pangolins in the appendices, in this specific instance, India supports the listing of the higher taxon Menace species in the appendices. This is mainly because the identification of pangolin specimens, particularly scales, at the species level has been flagged as a problem in the Secretariat's report on pangolins, SC 74, Doc 73. It would be unfortunate if enforcement actions involving these species, which are especially threatened by poaching and illegal trade, end in failure due to the difficulty in identification of parts or derivatives of the species level. The higher tax on listing may therefore be justified in this particular case. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India, for your views on the higher tax on listing of Manus, and I will take from that that you agree that there is work to proceed on the evaluation of higher tax on listing as proposed by the Animals Committee. I will continue to take interventions, and I'll also open it up to observers. Okay. I don't see any more requests for the floor. Tanzania, I take note of your comment. However, the matter of sort of nomenclature is a scientific matter, so I don't think we have I don't think this committee is well placed to make that recommendation. I think we've heard the Animals Committee discuss this issue and provided a path forward for consideration of the two separate species. And so from the rest of the countries, I'm hearing some support for the proposals by the Animals Committee on both of these topics. And so right now, my conclusion is that the Standing Committee does support the direction provided by the Animals Committee, specifically that we take note of the information provided by the Animals Committee. We take note of the decisions that the Animals Committee will be submitting to the Conference of the Parties regarding African elephant, and that we agree that there is value in further consideration of the benefits and impacts of higher tax on listing through the decisions that the Animals Committee Chair has just read out and proposed to submit to the Conference of the Parties. So I see general okay. The Animals Committee Chair seems to understand. So I'll take that as agreed. And we can move then to, perhaps now I can ask the Chair of the Plants Committee. Can I ask the Chair of the Plants Committee then to provide me with just a brief recapitulation of the question posed to the Standing Committee, and then we will take comments on that. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Concernant le comité pour les plantes,
For the Plants Committee,
les recommandations qui
the
ont été
recommendations
faites,
that were made
par le comité pour les plantes
by the Plants
au
Committee
comité
to
permanent
the Standing Committee
concernent les décisions
are
18,
on
179
decisions
et
18,179 and 18,180, which is presented in paragraph 19 of document 6.
Donc, la recommandation
So the
qui est faite est la
recommendation
suivante.
is the
Conformément à la
following,
décision
that in
1881,
accordance
le comité
with
permanent
decision
est invité à prendre en
18,181, the Standing
les
Committee is invited to
recommandations
consider the
faites par le
recommendations
comité
of the
en
Plants
vertu des
Committee
décisions
made in accordance with
1879 et
decisions
1880
18,179 and
et les recommandations
18,180 and make
pour
recommendations
examen
as
à la
appropriate
COP19.
for consideration at COP19.
Et les décisions
And the
1879
decisions
à
18,179 to 18,181 concern wild collected seeds or spores that are deemed to be artificially propagated.
Thank you, Chair of the Plants Committee. So paragraph 19 and 20 of Doc 6 is the report of the Plants Committee consideration of these decisions, 18,179 to 181, on specimens grown from wild collected seeds or spores. And they provide a number of points, and they invite the Standing Committee to consider those points and make any additional recommendations as appropriate. So I will see if there's any comments on the issues and the conclusions from the Plants Committee. I'll open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee. I will also open the floor to parties. The United States, please.
Les États-Unis remercient
The United States would like to thank the chair of the Plants Committee and the Animals Committee for the work and preparation of their reports. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you.
And I will also now open the floor to parties, members of the committee, and observers present. Okay, seeing no requests for the floor, I thank the Plants Committee for their diligent work on these decisions. And the Standing Committee notes the points raised by the Plants Committee and agrees with their transmission to the Conference of the Parties. Thank you. So then the last item in this document is from both the committees. And so perhaps I will again do one last check with the Animals Committee Chair to remind us of this one and then see the views of the parties.
Thank you, Chair. The joint meeting of the Plants and Animals Committee at AC 31, PC 25 was discussing a document that outlines the scope of the problem with regard to nomenclatural changes to species listed in Appendix 3. After our deliberations, we found that we still have to do some work on that issue and therefore propose in paragraph 39 of this document 2 draft decisions for consideration by the Standing Committee. And we also asked the Standing Committee to note the information in paragraphs 24 to 40 concerning matters relating to fauna and flora together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of the Animals Committee. And so the final point to the committee is the request from both of the scientific committees to, in essence, renew Decision 18-313 and 314, as the committees have determined there's still some further work to be done on these items. So I'll open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee for any comments on these 2 decisions. I'll also invite parties, observer parties. And observers, please. I have to look in the corners. Okay, seeing no requests for the floor, it is my conclusion that the Standing Committee agrees with the scientific committees with the submission of these 2 decisions for renewal by the Conference of the Parties. Thank you very much, Standing Committee members. So that concludes yesterday's agenda, and now we can turn our attention to what was on our working program for today. The first item on our agenda is item 86. So we will now turn our attention to SC 74, Doc 86. Took me a while to find it. This document was prepared by the Secretariat, so I will turn to the Secretariat, please, to introduce this document.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. And before starting, I noticed that today is International Women's Day. So Agenda item 86 concerns the issue of reservations entered after the 18th meeting of the Conference of the Parties and the practical legal questions that have arisen in relation to the update of reference to resolutions in the new appendices that the Secretariat published after COP18. The Secretariat announced in notification to the parties number 2019/77 that it intended to submit a detailed report on these matters. Document 86 before you explains the rationale followed for updating the references and presents several legal issues that require clarification. The main issues include, first, what should be done with references to resolutions in annotations when such resolutions are amended at the COP, and clarifying any procedures to be followed for their updating. Next, the second main issue is in relation to the communications made by several parties in response to notification to the parties 2019/52, and clarification is required as to their legal nature and effects, if any. Here I would like to thank the depositary government. We exchanged with them in the preparation of this document, and we thank them for their inputs, and also to the different countries that express interest on this matter. In order for the parties and the Secretariat to be better prepared to manage similar issues that may arise in the future, the Secretariat invites the Standing Committee to share any comments on these matters, including suggestions for any possible amendments to resolutions Conf 4.25, Ref COP 18, 4.6, Ref COP 18, and 11.21, Ref COP 18. Madam Chair, the Secretariat is sharing these considerations as preparation for a more detailed discussion at COP19, where the purpose will be to obtain new or additional guidance from the COP on the presented legal questions. Inputs and comments provided by the Standing Committee will be included in the document to be submitted by the Secretariat to the COP. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So now we are looking at SC 74, Doc 86, where we see that the Secretariat has invited us to provide some comments regarding the presentation they will make to the Conference of the Parties, seeking guidance on the issue of reservations and in particular with annotations. And so this matter, of course, arose after the evolution of our convention over almost 50 years, and so I'm sure there's lots of important questions here. And I invite the Standing Committee, therefore, to identify those areas that they think should be brought to the attention of the Conference of the Parties so that there can be some good, robust discussion by the parties. So with that, I will first open the floor to members of the Standing Committee for any comments. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We welcome the thorough analysis provided by the Secretariat, which highlights important issues that go beyond the particular case at hand. We hope we can have these discussions in a general way and not focus too much on the particular case at hand. The Secretariat, in our view, has followed established practice in updating Annotation 2 with a reference to the amended resolution on appropriate and acceptable destination. The current situation is a consequence of how the original Annotation 2 was constructed, by referencing a definition contained in a resolution in the specifications made to a legally binding listing decision. Such references between hard and soft law are not uncommon in international law. It should be assumed that by including such a reference in Annotation 2, the COP intended any amendments to the definition also to be reflected in the annotation. However, the COP may not have given enough attention to the issue of potential reservations which can be made on the listing, including annotations to listings, but not on resolutions. And while the communication from several parties in reaction to notification 2019/52, therefore, in our view, does not constitute a reservation in the sense of Article 23, we do feel that it expresses a legitimate concern about the balance of parties' rights and obligations under the Convention. We have to look at the overall issue and examine how we can provide certain safeguards to make sure such situations are avoided in the future. Related to the particular situation at hand, related to trade in live elephants, we will provide further details when we discuss item 50 on appropriate and acceptable destinations. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. I see Senegal. Did you wish to take the floor?
Voilà, merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to greet everyone. Now, on the point, Senegal thinks that the communications issued by certain countries, such as Botswana, DRC, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, following COP18 with notification 2019-052 and notification 2019-517. The amendments which request for the cases are purely drafting and not a case of amendment of the appendices. When we look at Articles 13, 15 and 16 of the Convention, this is not covered for these cases. So Senegal recommends that the Standing Committee should consider these communications are not reservations and that there's a need to update the website of the Convention to ensure that it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. I will continue to seek insights from members of the Standing Committee, and I'll also open the floor to parties. I see Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, we would like to align ourselves with the comments by our European colleague and the other regional representative of Europe. Specifically, we have come upon an issue where resolutions are mentioned in the annotations because according to our national legislation, the entire list of the appendices has to be written into the legislation, just like in Canada and some other states and some other parties. And what happens is, unless it's a very small editorial change, it means an amendment to the actual law. So we would encourage there to be very specific instructions not to have resolutions mentioned in the annotations as was proposed. The paper, the document 86 as prepared by the Secretariat is an excellent document for analyzing or giving us an analysis of the legal issues here, and it shows that some of the issues need to be clarified in Resolution 4.25. But we concur and agree with our colleagues from Europe and from Senegal that these specific case of these reservations to the annotation should not be considered as reservations in the context of Article 23. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. And again, opening the floor to committee members and parties. I saw the United States. So the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States thanks the Secretariat for its document and supports clarifying the scope and application of specific reservations that may be entered in accordance with Article 23, Paragraph 1 of the Convention, and in particular those that may be entered in accordance with Article 15, Paragraph 3, and we also offer the following perspectives. Article 15 sets out a formal amendment process for changes to Appendices 1 and 2. which includes the ability of a party to take a reservation with respect to the amendment laid out in Article 15, Paragraph 3. The scope of reservations is limited both with respect to the amendment and with respect to trade in the species concerned. We draw attention to our information document, document SC 74, Inf 12, which we have provided in all 3 working languages on this topic for further detail. In brief, the scope and effect of a specific reservation should be determined by the scope and effect of the requirements for trade resulting from the amendment. A reservation that is entered in accordance with Article 15, Paragraph 3, has substantive effect only to the same extent that the amendment made in accordance with Article 15 alters the scope of protection for fauna or flora under the Convention. We have identified 3 primary illustrative examples where we believe clarification may also be needed. First concerns the adoption of substantive annotations and substantive amendments to an annotation. In this case, the scope of a reservation is limited to the substantive change in the annotation. For example, the change in what is included in the listing and the requirements for trade under the listing. A change in an annotation does not open up the possibility of a reservation to the rest of the species listing that did not change. The second example concerns nomenclatural changes. We believe that where a nomenclatural change does not alter the intent or application of the existing listing, then such changes should not be subject to reservations. The third issue we've identified concerns split listings, where one or more population, subspecies, or species of an already listed taxon is transferred to a different appendix. A reservation that is entered in accordance with Article 15 applies only to the amendment made to the population, species, or subspecies that is transferred. Based on these considerations, the United States believes it would be appropriate as part of a document on reservations submitted to COP19 to outline these issues and propose amendments as appropriate to Resolution Conf 4.25 Rev Cop 18. In the interest of time, we believe that the best course would be for the Standing Committee at this meeting to ask the Secretariat to take into account our comments here today and the information contained in our information document. We would also be happy to follow up with the Secretariat following this meeting to discuss the considerations we raise here and determine how and whether to incorporate them into a discussion document for COP19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. I will see if there's any further comments from parties. United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. The UK thanks the Secretariat for Document 86 and recognises the issues raised in the document are complex. We note that the Secretariat will be submitting a document with recommendations for the consideration of the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. We'd like to share our views on some of the issues raised in Document 86 for the Standing Committee's consideration. Looking at the communications made by the 8 parties reflected in paragraphs 4 and 5 of Notification 2019/077, we do not think these should be considered reservations because Annotation 2 in Appendix 2 was not amended following the procedures in Article 15. In addition, CITES does not provide for reservations to be made to resolutions. With regard to the text changes that the Secretariat made to Appendix 2, Annotation 2, the UK considers these are not minor corrections but substantive amendments that should have followed the procedure provided for in CITES Article 15. For example, insertion into annotation 2 of the COP18 revised version of Res 1120 would be a substantive change to the scope of the trade restrictions which apply. The UK's view is that such change to convention provisions would need to go through the Article 15 procedures. The USA analysis in information document SC74 INF 12 makes a helpful contribution to the discussion, and we will want to consider it fully in the run-up to COP19. We would agree with the Secretariat that in future, avoidance of references to resolutions in annotations would be a way to avoid the issues which have arisen with annotation 2. The UK looks forward to hearing others' views and discussing this further at COP19. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I will continue to take comments. So far, Secretariat, I'm hearing good support for ensuring that this matter is brought to the Conference of the Parties. And you've had some excellent insights from participants here in terms of the types of issues that should be raised and discussed. And so I will continue to take interventions. And at this point, I'll also invite observers. I have China, followed by Canada. China, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. China appreciates the document for the Secretariat, and we very much follow what's in the document submitted by the Secretariat, which would help to solve the legal problem that we are currently analyzing and solve it during COP19. We believe that all proposals of solutions should be examined and analyzed globally in order to avoid a situation in which part of the problem be solved, but new problems be created. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Canada, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Canada appreciates the work from the Secretariat. Canada supports good governance, and this means complying with the CITES process for the adoption of amendments. Canada further wishes to highlight the need to have listings in the appendices that accurately reflect the intentions of the parties. As well, Canada notes the need to allow parties to exercise their rights under the Convention to express reservations. Parties should endeavor to make substantive changes to listings by way of the amendment process as is set out in Article 15, and to limit the use of annotations to legally binding information, and further, it would be preferable to avoid references to non-binding resolutions in such annotations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. So I think we're getting some good insights here on the challenges with before us and the type of discussion that we should look forward to at the Conference of the Parties. So I've opened the floor for parties as well as observers. Check for parties first. I see a tiny little word. Oh, Lewis and Clark, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm presenting this intervention on behalf of 14 observer organizations and will share the names with the Secretariat. We appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue as it's of grave importance to the smooth functioning of CITES and coherent practice of the parties, and are thankful for the interventions made by Belgium, Senegal, Israel, the United States, and others on this issue. We agree with Belgium that linking hard law with soft law is not uncommon and can be useful, and would encourage parties to maintain flexibility in this regard. Like others have noted, given current standard practice, it's clear to us that the communications that spurred Document 86 are not reservations as defined by either the treaty or international law. We hope that, as suggested, the CITES webpage on reservations will be updated to reflect this. We appreciate the role that the Secretariat plays in maintaining the coherence and consistency of CITES documents and the appendices, and urge that parties continue to support the Secretariat's editorial duties in this regard, including through amendments to relevant CITES resolutions that affirmatively authorize the Secretariat's role in preparing and editing the appendices for publication. Our organizations believe that these are the most important issues flagged by the Secretariat's document, since reference to a resolution is a unique occurrence in the appendices. However, if moving forward with further recommendations to the COP, we support proposals that provide clarity on when amendments to annotations or references and annotations must be made through Article 15, allowing reservations as prescribed by the treaty. Key to this, though, is securing a mutual understanding of all parties that the implication of a reservation is simply to retain the parties' obligations as they were as if the amendment had not been adopted. Useful language is provided in this regard by the United States. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Lewis and Clark. So I will take 2 more interventions, and then I will conclude on this item. I see Conservation Force, followed by IWMC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make a technical remark, Madam Chair, as a quite old CITES practitioner. I think that the intervention of Canada maybe is the one that centered more the issue in front of us. This is not an issue only about a reservation on a resolution. This is an issue about a change in the annotation. And we all know that annotations are not part of the text of the convention, but are something that the parties consider that can be used as an addition, a binding addition to the listing of a species. So if the issue in front of us, as Canada partly said, is when we change an annotation, there is, even in a small part that could be the reference to a resolution, this could be interpreted as a substantial change to the listing. So I would not focus too much, as the Secretariat has done in a good document, but it's too much focus on the change in a resolution. This is the change in the annotation. So there should be no a double standard here. Sometimes we consider the annotation binding, sometimes we are not considered them binding. There should be a unique standard. So if an annotation is changed, also partially, does it make it open the listing to a reservation? This is, I think, is the question in front of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Conservation Force. IWMC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is certainly, for those of us who have been associated with CITES for quite a few years, one of the most difficult issues that we had to deal with. And I think the Secretariat, in a sense, was in a very difficult situation to try to come out with some of the various parameters that we have to take into consideration to solve the problems that we are dealing with at the moment. We have ourselves produced a document of 7 pages on this issue, and do not worry, Madam Chair, I'm not going to read you the full document, but in this document we have presented a series of concerns that we have about the document prepared by the Secretariat, and I would like simply to come to the conclusions that we have in this particular document. With notification to the parties 2019-077 and its announcement of a detailed report on the matters covered by the notification, while this document recognizes, at least to some extent, that its updating of the reference to resolutions in annotation 2 was problematic. However, with the report that we have under consideration, it seems that the Secretariat is presenting more defense of its action and attempting to focus the criticism on the reservation entered by some of the parties. In addition, instead of requiring a full consideration of the problem by the Standing Committee in view of a solution, it appears to be just recommending that the matter be pushed to the Conference of the Parties, PCOP 19. So wishes, Madam Chair, that the Standing Committee could be able, as a first step, to propose an immediate solution to protect the sovereign rights of the concerned parties which have entered reservations, and as a second step, to, in accordance with Resolution 1121, Rev. COP 18, paragraph 1, the Standing Committee should consider for deletion of revision of time limits and other reference included in annotation that have ceased to apply. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, IWMC. I see Namibia wish to come back, so I will take the one last intervention from Namibia, but then I'd like to wrap up, as I think I've gotten some good insights here, and we are almost an hour in. Namibia, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not going to take a very long time. I would like to thank the Secretariat for a very comprehensive document in front of us. A lot of hard work has gone in there, and it has really made us, it's a good legal discussion. Having said that, Chairperson, we would like to align ourselves with the intervention made by Canada. I think it's a very, very fair intervention, and we should therefore build on that intervention. I don't think this issue is a very simple issue as we are putting it. It's a very comprehensive issue which we really need to discuss further. Chairperson, to us, this is just not a simple update on annotation 2. It's not, in our view. In our view, we have amended, or the annotation 2 has been amended by referring, of course, to that resolution, to the resolution, which 11.12, can't remember now. But yes, it's an amendment to us. It's not a simple update. And our reservation should not be seen as a reservation against the resolution. It's actually a resolution on the listing, because to us, the annotation is part of the listing, because we have to consider that when we are trading. It's part of the listing to us, and we have therefore entered into a reservation on the listing of the species and not on the resolution. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Namibia, and indeed thanks to all the parties who have intervened. I think you've really risen up the complexity of the discussion, and thank you to the Secretariat for your document, which brought some of those points forward. I've heard some additional points and some reflections here from the committee members, parties, observers. So what I'm concluding is that, first of all, we welcome the Secretariat's intention to submit a document to the Conference of the Parties. We would also, I believe, invite the Secretariat to take into account the comments made here by the committee and the parties into your document. And to the parties who spoke, I hope I don't speak out of turn, Secretariat, but I'm sure you would invite them providing their comments in written to you so you can ensure to take them into account in your document, as the United States has done. So that would be my conclusion on this item. And with that, I will turn us to the next item, item 18. So now we will turn our attention to SC 74, Doc 18. This document was prepared by the Secretariat, and this was in response to a request from the committee to the Secretariat to gather some of the historical information and give us a starting point to address Decision 18.27. So I'll ask the Secretariat to present their work, and then I will turn to the committee. Secretariat?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Chair. As you have just said, indeed, this was a decision brought forward to the Standing Committee, a decision that requested the committee to evaluate the need to review the implementation of the committee. We're just bringing several issues in 3 points. Firstly, analyzing the facts that led to the study that was done in '96 on the way to improve the efficiency of the convention. This study cost $300,000 and it took 3 years to execute it. That's something important. The recommendations were based on 5 points: basic policy issues, scientific issues, administrative and implementation of CITES issues, institutional issues, as well as issues pertaining to the relations with our organizations, a study that, as I say, was done 26 years ago. On the second part of the document, it focused on studies, mechanisms of studies that already exist within CITES. Indeed, the objective would be to avoid duplication. Applying mechanisms already existing within CITES. There is the indicators, all the work of indicators, and the group's work on indicators. There is obviously the periodic review and other issues important. And here it's important to bear in mind Decision 18.28 on the quick review of significant endangered species in Annex 1. So that's there's already some mechanisms in place. And the third part of the document is just a brief presentation on the criteria taken into account when we carry out a specific study. So the general order of issues to be taken into account, so relevance, effectiveness and efficiency. And more practically speaking, if such a study were to be needed or decided upon by the COP on the basis of what has been done in the past, I think that the Secretariat has estimated the budget between $100,000 and $300,000 minimum. In terms of a decision, the Standing Committee is invited to examine the need to carry out a specific evaluation on the implementation of the recommendation, and if judges that is necessary to prepare a budget, including the mandate for the 19th COP. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for compiling this information for our use and benefit as we consider the charge to the Standing Committee. So, as per the decision, the Standing Committee is asked to consider the need for a targeted review of the implementation and, if appropriate, prepare a costed proposal. It will be challenging for us to do the second part, but I believe we should begin by reviewing and providing your comments on the need for a targeted review, and if so, the elements of that targeted review. So I'll be interested in your reactions to that, and then based on your comments, we will determine our path forward. I'll open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee for your comments on Doc 18. So I see Senegal. Can you remember your microphone?
Excusez-moi.
I'm sorry.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je tenais d'abord à
Chair, I would like to commence thanking the Secretariat for the work carried out. In my own personal experience, I believe that the convention was a lively one. This doesn't exclude, of course, that some variations may have to be brought forward on its workings, and that study is indeed very relevant, and I think we can only support it. Of course, the Secretariat will be the one bringing forward it to the COP to make sure that we are bringing forward and presenting a solid and well-budgeted project. But we generally support the proposal of the Secretariat, and we would like to congratulate them on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. So I take it that you do see value in a targeted review and something we should continue in the next intercessional period. I will continue to take comments. I see Oceania.
Thank you, Chair. Oceania thanks the Secretariat for compiling this report. We're unconvinced of the need for a review of the Convention. From our perspective, the efforts of parties, observers and the Secretariat is better invested in supporting parties with capacity building needs to fully implement their existing obligations. And the existing review processes, such as the review of significant trade and the periodic review of the appendices, along with the ongoing review of progress against the strategic vision, already provide parties with a frequent review of the implementation of the Convention. However, if there's strong support for a narrow scope, targeted review of a particular aspect of the implementation of the Convention, Oceania would not oppose the development of a costed program in terms of reference as part of an intercessional process, which could be considered at a future meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Oceania. I'll continue to take comments from members of the committee, and I'll also open the floor to observer parties. China, please.
Thank you, Chair. China would like to thank the Secretariat for this document. As the document says, several mechanisms, review mechanisms exist and are already functioning within CITES. Currently, the agenda is heavy, and for the COP is very heavy, and adding an extra item would probably make it even more complex, which is why we are not sure that this would be necessary. China would suggest that we continue evaluating the necessary application of the existing mechanisms. If those existing mechanisms have limits, we can discuss on how we can improve them rather than adding new mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you, China. So I open the floor to parties. I do see Peru as a member of the Standing Committee, so I will start with Peru and Canada, and then I will turn to the EU and the United States. Peru, please.
Buenos días. Good morning and happy Women's Day. Peru and the region have been discussing the subject, and we think that if there are mechanisms for the review of the convention, but there are maybe some items that could be examined further. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. Next on my list is Canada, and Canada will be followed by the EU. Canada, please.
Thank you, Chair. Canada appreciates the work that the CITES Secretariat has undertaken since COP18 on preparing this interesting paper with the history of past CITES reviews and current review mechanisms, including identifying 4 main questions that the Secretariat indicates have not been addressed by the current processes. For this reason, Canada could support the recommendation for the Secretariat to bring forward a costed proposal for a targeted review of the implementation of the Convention to be developed if it focuses on the key questions identified under Document 18. Though Canada recommends that the Standing Committee further considers and refines these key issues and the approach to be taken to conduct the analysis after COP19. Decisions to this effect should be submitted for the consideration of the COP. The Standing Committee could also ask the Secretariat to present a costed program to the first Standing Committee meeting after COP19. In particular, it would be useful to understand how the four main questions raised could be analyzed and addressed. Which ones should be addressed first as a priority, and what mechanisms, existing or new, could be used for this. Canada considers that such review would need to be focused and specific about its anticipated outcomes. And if such review goes forward, we would also like to see provisions included for the scientific committees to contribute to this process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. So following Canada, I have the EU. The EU will be followed by the United States, Japan, and Nigeria. EU, please.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the EU and its member states, I would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing this document. While generally we believe it is useful to reflect whether we are achieving the objectives we have collectively agreed under the Convention, we do not support the need for another targeted review of the implementation of the Convention. We favour the full use of existing mechanisms, such as the periodic review of the appendixes, the review of significant trade in specimens of Appendix 2 species, as well as the review of Appendix 1 listings. We are concerned about the possible review topics mentioned by the Secretariat. Some overlap with existing mechanisms. Others are of such broad nature which raise complex methodological issues and ultimately questions whether such a process would provide useful results to inform decision-making. The additional targeted review would require also additional financial resources, would burden the already stretched Secretariat, and most likely require time-consuming input from parties. At the same time, for example, the review of Appendix 1 listings still lacks funding. So in our view, priority should be given to implement existing COP decisions. Based on our experience on evaluation processes, the cost estimate of $100,000 to $300,000 seems significantly underestimated. We should concentrate, in our view, on capacity building and strengthen implementation rather than resource-intensive reviews. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. The United States, please, followed by Japan.
We thank the Secretariat for this summary, and we thank the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Namibia, South Africa, and Zimbabwe for raising this question about a second comprehensive review. If the parties do decide to pursue a second review, we think CITES species will benefit most from this process if it's truly targeted and purposeful to ECA Oceania and Canada, and if it focuses on the degree to which parties are effectively implementing the convention. The first review of CITES in the 1990s was very broad in scope, and one major challenge was measuring the effectiveness of CITES, and thus any future review would need to have clearly defined methods for evaluating the question posed, as Canada stated as well. This would take time to develop, and there may not be sufficient time before COP19 for the Standing Committee to draft and agree on a terms of reference that would cover the scope and the methodology and the timeline and the governance. And so in agreement with Canada, one consideration is to submit a draft decision to COP19 modifying Decision 18.27 that would allow the Standing Committee to continue developing this work during the next intersessional period after COP19. And so we provide some proposed edits to Decision 18.27 to this effect. 18.27, directed to the Standing Committee, says in old text, the Standing Committee shall consider the need for a targeted review of the implementation of the Convention, taking into consideration, and this is our new text, the information presented in Standing Committee 74, Document 18. And the old text continues, the prior review of the Convention and existing CITES review mechanisms, and if appropriate, prepare a costed proposal. And we would add new text with support from the Secretariat. The old text continues, including draft terms of reference, and we would add new text for a targeted review covering its scope, methodology, timeline, governance, and outputs for consideration by the 20th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. We add 2 further notes of caution. We emphasize the need to avoid overlap with existing processes, as other members and parties have stated, like the periodic review and the review of significant trade. And we're also concerned about the cost of such an endeavor. If the parties are supportive of financing this effort, we believe it should, as we said, focus an independent review on the question of, are parties effectively implementing the Convention? And that's from paragraph 16 of this document. We know that CITES provides a necessary framework for global cooperation to protect species, but all parties struggle, at least in some way, to effectively implement CITES. And so we recommend evaluating that question about the degree to which challenges to implementation are recognized by parties and used to request support to overcome challenges. We also suggest that this review, if pursued, be clear in terms of metrics for assessment. For example, it might decide ahead of time to look at how well parties are making NDFs, or how many times a country is in phase 2 of the review of significant trade, or how sufficiently legislation meets CITES requirements and other measures, and to have a very clear outline for how the question will be evaluated. And lastly, we suggest that potentially this review could be connected and feed into the capacity building framework and assessment tools that are suggested under item 22 at this meeting. So that is one thought for consideration, and potentially one component of the targeted review, if it goes forward, could be to develop a tool for evaluating the degree of implementation of the Convention for each party in document 22. Thank you very much.
Thank you. United States, those are lots of different ways of looking at and issues to be considered. I'm trying to get first the feedback on the need for a targeted review. I tend to agree that this committee will not be in a good position to develop a terms of reference, so if there is a need, I do see scope for asking the Conference of the Parties to renew the decision in some form. But first I need to understand if there's general agreement around that. So I will continue. I had Japan, I believe, followed by Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to all. As mentioned in the conference document, several review mechanisms already exist, including that anticipated under CITES strategic vision. Additional review would be duplicative and place additional burden to Secretariat and parties. Should the Standing Committee insist on the additional target review, any additional costs should be covered by the plant resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nigeria thanks the Secretariat for the time and the work spent on preparing document 18 concerning a review of the CITES Convention. Madam Chair, Nigeria is concerned that undertaking a review of the convention such as proposed in document 18 will be an unnecessarily expensive and lengthy exercise at a time when there are some extremely serious and urgent matters that require the attention of the parties. Madam Chair, there are several CITES decisions directed towards the West African region currently in place that the region does not have the capacity to implement. We believe that these decisions are important and the energy and the resources of the convention will be best placed as assisting the ECOWAS region and other relevant regions to address these capacity gaps. This is why, as the Standing Committee will see from Information Document 19, we are inviting input from the interested parties to submit their ideas to ECOWAS with regard to how we can better address the extinction and illegal wildlife trade crisis in our region. We particularly welcome offers of support from species experts regarding the development of listing proposals and from experts in epidemiology with regard to disease risk prevention. Madam Chair, COP19 will be an opportunity for CITES to demonstrate its commitment to species protection and want to ensure that the CITES response is adequate, and adapted to preserve global natural resources and the health and well-being of animals and people. We believe that this matter should be the focus of the parties and that investing in a review of convention is not necessary at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria. I will see if there are other parties. I'll invite maybe 2 interventions from observers if desired. What I am hearing, however, is not a lot of support for a review, I must admit. I have heard some support, but it was a bit qualified. So right now, I'm tending to read the conclusion of the committee to be that perhaps it's not time for such a targeted review. However, I will take the intervention from Indonesia, and I said I will take 2, so I see Wildlife Conservation Society, and I'll do pro-wildlife, and then I will conclude. So Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. I think your conclusion is right. We are in line with your conclusion. Indonesia supports the review process with a note that the process is carried out if the budget is available and does not burden the parties to the convention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I believe I said WCS and pro-wildlife. So WCS, please.
Thank you, Chair. And this intervention is on behalf of WCS and NRDC, and I will try to be brief. We agree that ongoing discussion of the implementation of the Convention and the capacity needs of parties can be helpful to achieve the mission of the Convention. However, we join with many other parties here who have said they cannot support going forward with this review, and in particular, we can't support an effort to review the text of the Convention itself. We appreciate in particular the interventions of Australia, the EU, Nigeria, China, and others. The information provided in the document is useful and strongly suggests that a comprehensive review is not needed or worthwhile. And some of the questions outlined, such as paragraph 16, need more work to draw conclusions. For example, international trade is often only one of many threats facing a CITES-listed species. Should a species continue to decline due to habitat destruction, pollution, climate change, etc., a study could incorrectly conclude that CITES has not been effective, even though it may have mitigated the pressures of international trade. Therefore, an analysis as proposed of whether a listed species conservation status has improved might draw inaccurate conclusions. We recommend that parties refrain from undertaking such a review until the precise questions to be answered have been identified. And particularly in the context of the ongoing pandemic, we're very concerned, as others have said, about the significant financial and capacity implications of such a study, and recommend it not go forward as proposed, but have more effort on capacity building to meet the needs of parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, WCS. And I'll take the brief intervention from pro-wildlife, and then I'll conclude this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This intervention is on behalf of 16 observer organizations whose names I will provide to the Secretariat. We concur with previous speakers that a review of the implementation of the Convention is neither necessary nor worthwhile. First, we would like to note that the implementation of the Convention is already being addressed through several existing targeted review processes. Second, the implementation of a large number of decisions is currently being hindered by lack of funding. CITES notification number 2021-49 lists almost 30 decisions that have no or insufficient funding. Thirdly, we believe that the questions raised by the Secretariat for a potential review are not the most pertinent ones. Rather, some address the content and goals of the Convention and thus go far beyond a targeted review of its implementation. For these and other reasons, we recommend that the Standing Committee concludes there is no need for a review. Lastly, the current environmental crisis, climate change, biodiversity and habitat loss, as well as the consequential emergence of zoonotic diseases, is putting intense pressure on the CITES framework. If parties should agree on any future review of the Convention and its implementation, it should rather focus on these issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Pro-Wildlife. And so, as I was suggesting earlier, prior to the intervention from Indonesia, that it appears to me that the Standing Committee is not convinced on the need for a targeted review at this time, that there was some qualified support for a review, focused, targeted, clear terms of reference. However, I also heard concerns about costs, workload, and sort of the importance of the existing mechanisms that address the effectiveness of implementation. So it's my conclusion that the Standing Committee has considered the need for a targeted review and has determined that such a review is not recommended at this time, and in considerations of the costs and the existing mechanisms already agreed by the Conference of the Parties. So this is the conclusion I proposed the committee forward to the Conference of the Parties in response to Decision 18.27. Thank you very much. So we will now turn our attention to the next item, which is under item 28. So thank you, everyone. So I now turn your attention to, we are now beginning the suite of documents under compliance matters. So we will start with document 28.1. This document was prepared by the Secretariat, and I will invite the Secretariat to introduce their document, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will summarize the most salient elements of document 28.1 concerning several potential compliance matters of a certain complexity pursuant to Article 13, Paragraph 1 of the Convention. Please let me highlight the word potential, as they are not yet compliance issues. We are only in the initial steps of the process as described in Resolution CONF 14.3. Let me also remind that a supportive and non-adversarial approach is taken towards compliance matters in CITES, and due process is to be observed. Document SC 74 Doc 28.1 brings to the attention of the committee four potential issues and the announcement of an additional one. I will present the issues and I will be guided by you on the recommendations for the four cases, Madam Chair. So the first of the issues is in paragraph 5 to 16 and concerns trade in live Asian elephants from the Lao People's Democratic Republic to China during the period from 2010 to 2018. Asian elephants are listed in Appendix 1. Trade in specimens of Appendix 1 listed species is governed by Article 3 unless the special provisions foreseen in Article 7 apply. It is unclear for the Secretariat if the provisions invoked for authorizing the trade are the correct ones. By the way, all these cases are linked to obligations under the treaty, under the text of the Convention. And in this case, we would like to draw the attention of the committee to the following concerns. First, the number of live elephants reported. Second, the use of the source code C, captive bred, and C, the purpose of these transactions. After careful consideration of the information provided by the parties concerned, and we are very grateful to them for their openness and fluid communications, the Secretariat remains concerned that the trade in live elephants from the Lao People's Democratic Republic may represent a potential compliance matter concerning the use of the source code C and other conditions for trading specimens of species included in Appendix 1. This is the first case. The second case concerns trade in Pericopsis elata from Cameroon. The Secretariat has received information regarding alleged irregularities in trade in Pericopsis elata from Cameroon relating to the making of the legal acquisition findings, non-detriment findings, falsification and trafficking of permits, and internal controls regarding the legal origin of the timber. The Secretariat verified all the information on trade in Pericopsis elata from Cameroon, as well as the information on export quotas set for this species over the last 10 years. Some annual reports on flora were missing, and Cameroon sent relevant but incomplete information to the Secretariat. The Secretariat therefore requested Cameroon to provide additional information, and we're still waiting for a response. This is the second case. The third case concerns the registration of operations that breed in Appendix 1 species in captivity for commercial purposes in the EU and the United Kingdom. The Secretariat has received several queries concerning trade from the European Union and the United Kingdom of a species of live birds and reptiles listed in Appendix 1. This trade seems to occur under the exemption of Article 7, Paragraph 4. However, application of that exemption requires the registration by the Secretariat of operations that breed specimens of Appendix 1 species in captivity for commercial purposes. No operations for birds and reptile species are registered by the European Union or its 27 member states, except for the breeding of falcons. Only 5 operations are registered for bird species in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And as such, it seems that not all captive breeding operations that breed Appendix 1 species for commercial purposes are properly registered. These registrations are linked mainly to the legal origin of the parental stocks, which is the obligation in the treaty for any trade to be authorized under CITES independently of registration or not of these facilities. The last case, it concerns timber trade from or to Vietnam. And the Secretariat, again, has received allegations related to Vietnam's possible engagement in trade in timber that has been illegally harvested or traded, including timber that has been traded contrary to the provisions of the convention, recommendations made by the Standing Committee. There are discrepancies in reported quantities of rosewood coming from neighboring countries, suggesting that trafficking of illegally harvested logs from those countries may be occurring. There are indications that Vietnam repeatedly accepted fake CITES permits when authorizing imports of Siamese rosewood between 2013 and 2015. There are also indications that Vietnam delivers more than one CITES permit for the same shipments. We have received information after the publication of this report from Vietnam clarifying mainly the matter of trade with Lao PDR after the recommendation to suspend trade on Dalbergia cochinchinensis, and we thank Vietnam for these clarifications. Finally, the Secretariat has received allegations related to bird imports into Bangladesh, including species listed on the CITES appendices being considered to be non-CITES species, and this is an issue that we are exploring further with Bangladesh and that we intend to develop further to bring to your attention at next meeting. So these are the 4 cases and the new one emerging, and we have provided recommendations in the document for your recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So the Secretariat draws to the attention of the Standing Committee some issues that they wish to explore to understand if indeed there might be an issue with compliance with the obligations of the Convention. In general, the Standing Committee is invited to ask the Secretariat to continue that close collaboration and communication with the parties in question and explore these issues, and then identify to the committee at a future meeting if there are indeed any concerns. So with that, I will take any remarks or recommendations or observations that you wish to make to the Secretariat as they continue to investigate these issues. And perhaps it might be easiest if we do each one at a time. So I will start then with comments related to, in the recommendations, paragraph 39, related to small a and small b regarding the trade in live Asian elephants. So if there's any comments on this item, I'd invite you, starting with the Standing Committee members, to raise your flags. And I'll also invite parties to raise your flags. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With apologies for not following your stepwise approach, the United States would like to express our support for adoption of all of the recommendations contained in this document. We would also note that a number of the issues raised in the document are serious compliance issues, and therefore we would also suggest that the Standing Committee, that the Secretariat be directed to continue its work on these matters and provide updates and recommendations to the Standing Committee at its 75th meeting as well as its 77th meeting, and to furthermore request the relevant parties to be responsive to requests from the Secretariat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States, and that's fine for not following the stepwise approach, considering you were just providing a general overview perspective. So I will continue to take comments. If you have specific comments, I'm looking for specific comments on Asian elephants. If you have a general perspective on all, similar to the United States, I can also take those. But I will go through the others stepwise as well. China, please.
Thank you, Chair. For a few months now, China has had a constant exchange in a profound way on this issue with the Secretariat, and we have handed in a punctual and honest way all the necessary information as well as the analysis on the comments and the different concerns on this issue. We stand ready to continue with our exchanges with the Secretariat on this issue. We are convinced that the people and states should be the strongest of defenders of our wildlife, and we must work on the basis of trust. Science and logic are the foundation for all our actions. We have seen that document 28.1 doesn't give any scientific evidence. This document arbitrarily references the reference 5.10 of COP 10 on the definition of commercial aims. This practice not only doesn't have a scientific and logical base, but lacks the basic trust in state parties to CITES. We oppose to taking this decision as a measure of respect of the Convention, and we therefore would suggest to delete paragraphs 13 to 15 and their texts in paragraph 41A in its French version. Thank you. There is indeed a difference between the French and the English versions. Thank you.
Thank you, China, and yes, thank you for pointing out that there is a numbering issue in the English version. The recommendation paragraph is the 41st paragraph. So thank you for your perspectives. We will I'll continue to take views from parties and standing committee members on this first point, A, on the Asian elephants. So I see Laos, followed by Japan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. So very happy International Women's Day. The government of Laos appreciates the effort by the Secretariat CITES in drafting the report and welcome a recommendation proposed by CITES Secretariat to the Standing Committee. The government of Laos has worked closely with the Secretariat and its development partner in the country to helping us implementing progress and achieve compliance with our obligation at the CITES. The National Assembly of Laos has just approved the government master land plan to restore the country forest cover to 70% by 2030 to ensure long-term environmental protection, biodiversity conservation, protection of wild fauna and flora. So since 2016, Laos has significantly improved legal framework for achieving compliance under CITES obligation. So we have a strong enforcement of Prime Minister Order number 15 on sanctioning strictness of timber harvest management and inspection, timber transport business, and also Prime Minister number 5 on sanctioning management and inspection of endangered species of wild fauna and flora. We have recent approval of the final draft of CITES degree, and also we have the finalization of the wildlife law and many legal framework. As a consequence, approximately 97% of the wild fauna and flora has significantly reduced, while other 3%, which is illegal smuggler, were originated from neighboring countries. As a concern in the trade in Asian elephant, we have been cooperating and working with the CITES Secretariat, the government of China, and our development partners as part of the overall Article number 13 compliance recommendation in Laos. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Laos. And I think some of your comments are relevant to the next document with the application on Laos People's Democratic Republic. So we'll take note of your comments now, and we'll revert to those issues when we get to the next document. Thank you. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also appreciate the Secretariat to prepare the document. This delegation would like to propose the Secretariat may conduct interview both parties concerned, whether the cases and their countermeasures are appropriately set to cope with concerns. We recognize there is no consensus in this regard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. Are there any further comments from parties on the point 41 or 39A on Asian elephants in particular? Okay, I will go through all of these, and then I will come to any observer comments, but I do want to hear from parties on these points first. The United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We wanted to echo the comments of our colleague from China that we do believe that that this recommendation with regard to live trade in Asian elephants should continue to be explored and would support adoption of this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. And again, I do recognize that this is an exploratory phase that the Secretariat is undertaking under their requirements through Article 13, I think it is. And so I've not, while I understand that China would like some more clarification on the process and some of the sort of the obligations and the points raised in the communication between the Secretariat, I do get a sense that people would like to see that continue and have that reported. So I'm inclined right now to retain the recommendations as they were written for paragraph A and B for as a conclusion of the Standing Committee. So I was wondering then if I could turn parties' attention to Paracopsis alata and see if there's comments on the Standing Committee's recommendations to the committee regarding following up on this issue with Cameroon. So are there any comments on, this is paragraph C and D, starting with members of the Standing Committee, of course. China. I'll also open it to parties. European Union, please.
Thank you, Chair. On this matter, and thank you for the Secretariat for the report, the EU and its member states, as one of the main importers of this species, share the concerns raised in this document related to the export of Afrormorsia and support a technical mission to Cameroon to investigate these matters. So we support the recommendations of the Secretariat. I would like to make, I will make some interventions in other points under this agenda, but as a general suggestion and point, we would like to support the US proposal to request the Secretariat to report at the SC 75 on all these matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. That was very clear. Are there any further parties who wish to comment on Paracopsis alata from Cameroon? So paragraphs C and D in 28.1. Senegal?
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the work they have carried out to bring forward this working document. We support the recommendations presented in this document because, as it has been said, a request of information has been forwarded to Cameroon and you're still waiting. So we hope that this answer will be coming before or by the COP so that we can make an informed decision on this issue. I know you have concluded the other issue, but I have a small comment. The protection of resources belongs to the people in the country where those resources are found, indeed. But if this country, these people have become member of CITES, if those resources leave that country, they have to follow CITES rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. So I'm hearing general support for the approach proposed by the Secretariat for Paracopsis alata. So I will see then if there is, perhaps I will then turn our attention to paragraph E on breeding of Appendix 1 animal species in the European Union and the United Kingdom. So I will see if there's any reactions or comments on the suggestion from the Secretariat regarding paragraph E. Israel, please.
Thank you, Chair. In the document before us, in the section on the trade of Appendix 1 species and the UK, in paragraph 28 of the document is reported a case of import of Appendix 1 birds from Dominica to Germany. The last line of that paragraph says, it is unclear whether the export of these live birds was authorized by Dominica's CITES Management Authority following CITES requirements. But this issue is not followed up in the recommendation, and there's no further information about this case. This is a specific case of interest to Israel because, without going into too many details, there's a project that's being proposed between this German importer and an Israeli parrot breeder that's potential, and we would like to get much better clarification about what's going on with this import, what's been followed up since 2018, whether Germany actually authorized it, and whether Dominica actually authorized it. And we would recommend that the Secretariat provide information on this, if not now orally, then at the next meeting of the Standing Committee as part of its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. We'll take note of that comment for the Secretariat. Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Oceania would encourage the European Union and the United Kingdom to communicate and cooperate with the Secretariat so the committee can better understand the explanations currently in place for not registering what appear in some circumstances to be reasonably large-scale breeding operations. Speaking in particular for Australia, we note that the trade records indicate widespread breeding and trade in a number of endemic Australian Appendix 1 species. We note that the Secretariat has received multiple inquiries in regard to this matter, and we look forward to a better understanding. In the interest of time, Oceania also supports the recommendations of the Secretariat in regard to the other matters in this paper. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Oceania. United Kingdom?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Secretariat for this document. We've noted, obviously, from the document the queries received by the Secretariat concerning UK trade of live birds and reptiles listed in Appendix 1. The UK implements a raft of stricter domestic measures that go beyond the requirements of CITES, which sees many Appendix 2 species treated as though they were Appendix 1, includes a domestic birds registration scheme and internal restrictions on the commercial use and marketing of all Appendix 1 specimens. We thereby have significant oversight of the breeding operations in the UK, supported by inspections, reporting obligations and forensic capability. Furthermore, applications to export Appendix 1 specimens are dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Only where it has been demonstrated that specimens meet the criteria in Resolution Conf 1016 and qualify for exemption under Article 7.4 are they permitted to be exported under Source Code C. Specimens from CITES registered breeders are exported under Source Code D. This is a robust, transparent and successful practice by which breeders are continually assessed and trade is only allowed that is legal, traceable and sustainable. Registering the 200 plus breeders and exporters of Appendix 1 falcons with the Secretariat would, we think, add no more rigour. However, it would result in additional work, capacity and expense, in particular for the Secretariat. We appreciate the supportive approach taken on these matters by the Secretariat. The UK is very open and willing to engage with the Secretariat and answer any specific queries in relation to trade in CITES listed specimens. However, we see no evidence of systemic or structural problems with the implementation and enforcement of the Convention by the UK that would necessitate a technical mission in itself and the Secretariat time and resources that would require. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Next, I have Germany and the EU.
Thank you very much. Let me first quickly thank the Secretariat and the host country for the excellent preparation of the meeting, since this is the first time we speak. I would also like to thank Israel for the question in relation to the specific case mentioned in paragraph 28. We would like to point out that the export to Germany was authorized by the competent Ministry of Dominica. We were in direct contact with the ministry and were informed that it is exercising the role of the CITES Management Authority. We welcome further exchanges with the Secretariat regarding the mentioned import from Dominica, and we are also happy to exchange additional information bilaterally with Israel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. And on that particular issue, I'll invite you to exchange with Israel. And I'll keep our attention back on the recommendation from the Secretariat in paragraph E. So I will turn to the EU, please, and then followed by China.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the EU and its member states welcome the document, and we take note of the observations. We value the close communication with the Secretariat and look forward to the proposed visit. We would like to take this opportunity to briefly share some information on this matter, and we would be able to complement this with additional information both on the general regime governing this issue in the EU and in the specific cases that have been raised in the Secretariat document. Currently, the possibility to issue captive breeding certificates for Appendix 1 animals is not used by EU member states. In case of export of captive bred Appendix 1 animals, export permits are issued after an assessment in each individual case that the requirements for the granting of an export permit are fulfilled, in particular legal acquisition findings, non-detriment findings, and requirements for qualification as captive bred specimen as set out in Resolution Conf 1016. This approach of carefully assessing is formalized in the EU wildlife trade regulations and is subject to continuous efforts for effective implementation. Furthermore, the registration of captive breeding facilities will be addressed in the future work of the captive breeding, and we are willing to work with parties on it. As already mentioned, we are willing to provide more information to the Secretariat and welcome a visit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. Next is China, please.
I'm sorry, Chair. I have to come back on Asian elephants. I would like to clarify the Chinese position. This means we insist on our proposal of deleting paragraphs 13 to 15 and the text in paragraph 41A. And I would also like to reiterate the will of the Chinese government to participate with the Secretariat to defend the elemental aspects of the Convention. We are always ready to welcome the Secretariat in China in order to reinforce trust and attain all the Convention's objectives. But we oppose that this visit be interpreted as an initiation of the implementation of the measures of the Convention. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Yes, your view was clear. On the document itself, the document is a report, and so we don't edit or make changes on the report. The committee is just focused on the recommendations. And so your point about you would like the committee to not agree, recommendation A, was well taken. I didn't hear other parties speak in favor of that, and this is why I concluded that it was my sense that the committee would rather retain that recommendation. But your views are quite clear, and I'm sure they're well taken into account in the record. So if I could continue back to paragraph E, I think I had Canada next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Canada is initially concerned that the proposed technical assessment and verification mission regarding how the United Kingdom and the European Union is being posed as a mission to verify the implementation of commercial trade in specimens of Appendix 1 species that have been bred in captivity. However, I appreciate the elaboration by the Secretariat that the mission is more focused at looking at issues related to legal acquisition from a compliance perspective. We can support that, assuming, and I hear, I'm pleased to hear that the UK and the EU are amicable to welcome the Secretariat for them to learn how their legal acquisitions are made. However, Canada notes that issues that are not related to compliance and that are rather related to how parties choose to implement the various resolutions. And we caution that missions of this nature might be premature at this point, given that there's currently a standing committee working group reviewing inconsistencies and ambiguities in the CITES resolutions, particularly with respect to Appendix 1 species that have been bred in captivity and the implementation of Article 7, paragraph 4 and 5. And Canada would rather wait until that work is completed. And we do note that given the current resolutions, a party could breed Appendix 1 species, and if those species are bred in accordance to the definition of bred in captivity in Resolution 10.16, they would be able to export under source code C. So we just wanted to express our concern with the approach, but also happy to hear that it's being taken from an angle of the legal aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Okay, so that's the request for the floor. So overall, I'm hearing support for the recommendation of the Secretariat to continue that collaboration and communication with the countries to know the types of trade controls that are put in place to verify legal origin of parental stock. Being clear on the question being brought forward. So perhaps, I don't see any more requests on this issue, so I will turn then to F, regarding timber trade from or to Vietnam. Again, the Secretariat wants to keep that communication and cooperation with Vietnam. And I will see if there are any comments on the recommendation proposed by the Secretariat. I'll open the floor to the Standing Committee members and also observer parties. European Union.
Thank you, Chair. We support the recommendations of the Secretariat, but we would like to suggest them to be extended to other trade of specimens beyond timber. There have been several reports that provide worrying information about illegal trade in several species other than timber in Vietnam. We therefore propose that the investigation by the Secretariat is extended beyond timber. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. Any other comments from parties on timber trade from or to Vietnam? United States?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would also like to note that we are aware of a number of bilateral actions being taken by certain parties with Vietnam with regard to timber trade, and so appreciate this additional consideration of those issues. And furthermore, we would like to support the comments of our colleague from the European Union. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. Okay, I don't see any more requests for the floor from parties. I'm hearing general support. I'm hearing also a desire to have an update at SC 75. And I note the point about F and considering other species. So I think that's generally where we're going. So I'll let parties reflect a few minutes more while I take perhaps 2 interventions if there's any observers who wish to comment on this suite of points. So I will take the 1 intervention from Species Survival Network, and then I'll conclude.
Thank you very much, Chair. This intervention is being made by Species Survival Network and Defenders of Wildlife. We urge the Standing Committee to take the following actions. Regarding Lao PDR, we encourage the committee to agree that all countries suspend imports of live Asian elephants from Lao PDR, and that Lao be requested to provide information on associated regulations and management procedures for the species within the country. This is necessary to ensure that specimens are not sourced from the wild. Lao PDR should also be requested to inform on the status of the wild elephant populations and the number of captive elephants in the country. Regarding the EU and UK, we do not believe there is a need for site visits. Instead, we recommend that the Standing Committee encourage the EU and the UK to fully implement Resolution 12.10 Rev COP 15 on registration of operations that breeds Appendix 1 animal species in captivity for commercial purposes, and direct the Secretariat to request these parties to provide information on how associated legal acquisition findings and non-detriment findings are being made in regard of breeding stocks. Regarding the 2018 import of Amazona arausiaca and Amazona imperialis into Germany from Dominica, we encourage the Standing Committee to request the Secretariat to inquire both Dominica and Germany regarding the required non-detriment finding associated with this import and how the determination was made that import was for non-commercial purposes. Both species are rare and endangered Dominican endemic listed on Appendix 1. At the time that species were imported, Dominica was under a trade suspension for non-submission of annual reports. In addition, the recipient facility, to our knowledge, is not registered with any major international zoological associations and is known to have offered specimens of other rare species for sale for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Regarding Vietnam, we recommend that the committee adopts the proposed recommendations in paragraph 39F. Regarding Mali, we recommend that the committee request an update from the Secretariat on the matter of illegal trade in Pterocarpus erinaceus from the country, as referenced in document 35.2, but not provided on document 28.1. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you, members of the committee, parties, observers, on this document 28.1. Again, this is the Secretariat bringing to our attention some issues that they wish to pursue. It's my sense overall that the committee agrees with the recommendations, the approach that the Secretariat wants to take on the 4 issues noted in the paragraph. We also take note of the Secretariat's intention to continue to follow up on the Bangladesh and the bird issues. Take notes of some of the questions raised by Israel. I believe we would additionally invite the Secretariat to provide an update on any actions accomplished between now and SC 75. And I think that covers. Oh, and regarding timber trade from Vietnam, I understood that the Secretariat had originally looked at some other species, but we would invite the Secretariat, in line with the EU's comment, to provide an update on other species issues, or broader issues, and indicate if there's other areas worthy of investigation. So I think. So thank you very much. And we will look forward to your update at the one-day, very brief meeting we have. So with that, I will now turn our attention to document 28.2.1. I am woefully behind where I hope to be, so I will start begging people's indulgence, as I may need to start asking your interventions to be shortened. But hopefully that will not be the case. Let us try. 28.2.1 was prepared by the Secretariat, so I will turn to the Secretariat, please, to introduce this document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Document 28.2.1 speaks to the application of Article 13 in Laos People's Democratic Republic. The report describes the actions taken by Lao PDR to implement the recommendations agreed by the committee at SC 71. As noted in the document, progress has been made in some areas, but with varied results. The commitment and continued efforts of Lao PDR must be enhanced to effectively address illegal trade and to ensure that authorized trade is sustainable and legal. Noting that the COVID-19 pandemic has not made progress any easier, the Secretariat is particularly concerned that the decree on international trade has not yet been approved by the government. Furthermore, the Tiger Farm audit and the other recommendations by the Standing Committee related to wildlife farms seem to have been not substantially progressed in the past period. Finally, as we just discussed, the exports of live Asian elephants to China is a concern that Lao PDR must address to ensure that such trade is fully compliant with the convention as we just discussed. In view of these observations, the Secretariat invites the Standing Committee to maintain and update the recommendations agreed at SC 71. In view of the concerns related to trade in live Asian elephants, the Secretariat suggests that the Standing Committee agrees on an additional recommendation to suspend trade in species from Lao PDR, in the species, so in the live Asian elephants from Lao PDR, until the country has demonstrated that specimens to be traded with source code C comply with the CITES definition of captive bred animals. Please note that the words from Lao PDR are missing in subparagraph L of paragraph 49. These should be added so the first line would read, parties shall suspend all trade in live Asian elephants from Lao PDR until Lao PDR, and then continues as already drafted. The Secretariat finally recommends that the Standing Committee requests Lao PDR to submit a progress report to the Secretariat by the end of this year or in early 2023 for the committee to review progress made by the country in implementing the recommendations at its 77th meeting in 2023. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So the Secretariat reports on the previous recommendations of the Standing Committee, and in paragraph 49, the Secretariat recommends to the committee to maintain the recommendations previously adopted and with new recommendations regarding the trade in live Asian elephants. So I open the floor to comments from members of the Standing Committee. We heard also some initial comments from Laos, and I will invite you again if you wish to reiterate any points to please feel free. Members of the Standing Committee, please.
Little red. Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, seeing, I will also open the floor to parties then who wish to comment. Congo, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am speaking on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And this is for the implementation of Article 13 of CITES. And I'm going to read what is set
Thank
out.
you, Congo. But before you do, can I make sure we're on the right agenda item? Right now, we're looking at document 28.2.1 on Article 13 in the Laos People Democratic Republic. Perhaps your point is related to the next item? I'll get you then.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you, thank you.
So again, I will seek interventions from the Standing Committee members as well as parties. I will first invite Laos People Democratic Republic, the EU, and the United States. Lao, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again. The government of Laos thanks the CITES Secretariat for the comprehensive summaries of the progress report we submit for the Standing Committee meeting. We also appreciate the constant support provided by the CITES Secretariat and our development partners in Laos, PDR, in assisting us by building capacity, implementing activity in relation to Article number 13 comprehensive recommendation. So we welcome all recommendations made by the CITES Secretariat. Regarding to the management of export of double GR species, our relevant government departments are presently working on building its capacity as regards NDFs, in particularly undertaking this for double GR species. Regarding to the national legislation for implementation of CITES, we are now having the finalization and approval of CITES degree, which will be endorsed the end of this month, so 2022. So very close. We are also currently in the process of finalizing the wildlife and aquatic law after completing several consultations at the government stakeholder and our development partners in the end of this year. As concerned for implementation of IWC, WC Toolkit, recommendation and indicator framework, this requires substantial support and resource to successfully implement and would welcome opportunities and support from our development partner to assisting us in this process. Concerning the finalization of the full audit of the tiger cave in captivity, we are currently constrained by ongoing international travel difficulties due to COVID-19 in the process of determining available logistics for sending the sample to Malaysia. So in this regard, we would like to express our appreciation to the government of Malaysia for offering technical support and assistance for the laboratories service in relation to biopsy sample collected. We would also welcome the support from Secretariat in this regard. So, regarding the trade in live Asian elephant, we likewise welcome the recommendation from CITES Secretariat. We would also like to note that this recommendation is also relevant and linked to our National Ivories Action Plan, specifically Action number 5.4, in ensuring monitoring of elephant, wild domestic, preventing individual park product from entering illegal trade, and improved reporting. We will continue to work closely with the CITES secretaries, our development partner, on this. But likewise, we welcome support in assisting us in implementing this recommendation. Despite limited resources and capacity, the government of Laos will endeavor fully implement this recommendation in order to fulfill our commitment to CITES. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Lau, for expressing your support and agreement with the recommendations presented in paragraph 49 of the document. Next on my list, I had the EU, followed by the United States.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The European Union would like to thank the Secretariat for their report, and we take note of the progress that has been made by the Lao People's Democratic Republic in their work in ensuring that matters are in accordance with CITES. We are in agreement with the Secretariat that the progress made are excellent indicators of the commitment of Laos to improve the situation. The European Union is fully in agreement with maintaining and updating all the recommendations proposed in the document, and that there be a report requested for February 2023, so that the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee can see the progress made. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. Next on my list, I have the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to align ourselves with the comments of the EU and also appreciate the summary given here by Lao PDR of the progress made with regard to implementing these decisions. In addition, we note we support adoption of the recommendation that the Standing Committee at its 77th meeting review progress made by Lao PDR and decide on appropriate compliance measures, including a potential recommendation to suspend trade in specimens of all CITES listed species for commercial purposes. Given the serious nature of the issues discussed in this document, we believe that Lao PDR should be asked to be responsive to any requests from the Secretariat, and that the Secretariat should be asked to provide any updates to the Standing Committee at its 75th meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. I continue to seek any comments from Standing Committee members or parties. And noting Laos agreement, it seems to me that there might be general consensus on the recommendations that were in the document. I'll also open the floor to one or two observers. I have two, so those are the two I will take. I will start in the front and then go to the back. Please introduce your organization, because I cannot read it. So yes, starting with you, and then in the back, I think it's WWF. But first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm making this intervention on behalf of 9 NGOs and will forward that list to the Secretariat. We note with concern the long and enduring lack of progress in Lao PDR and the absence of any demonstrable high-level commitment to implementing critical, long-standing recommendations, despite very significant donor funding and capacity-building activity over an extended period of time. We endorse the recommendations of the Secretariat, but note that many of these recommendations have been repeatedly highlighted and remain unimplemented. We therefore believe that compliance measures should be implemented without further delay at this meeting. In addition, there are some key steps that can be taken by Lao and which can be reported on in time for consideration by SC75. In the case of tigers, noting that captive facilities run by known criminal enterprises continue to operate with impunity, and that traffic specimens from these facilities continue to be seized, simple steps that could be taken in the short term include the establishment of a stripe pattern database for tigers, enhanced collaboration with Vietnamese police to investigate trade in tigers, suspension of tiger breeding in all captive facilities as a first step to implementing the promised phase-out of such facilities, and initiating a process of strengthening wildlife farming guidelines to prevent trade in parts and derivatives of captive-bred tigers. While we appreciate that Laos is continuing to engage, we believe there is now a critical and clear need for the Standing Committee to move forwards with meaningful action. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the parties in the room, if you don't mind identifying your organization, because I wasn't able to read it.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's Born Free Foundation.
Thank you, Born Free Foundation. And then our last intervention will be from, I believe it's WWF, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is indeed WWF, but the intervention is also made on behalf of the Zoological Society of London. And as this is the first time we're taking the floor, we would also like to thank the Government of France for their hospitable and well-organised hosting of this meeting. We thank the Secretariat for all the hard preparatory work and the interpreters for working their usual magic. And we're very pleased to meet so many old friends again. We thank the Secretariat for the progress report under this item, although we agree that the level of progress is indeed extremely disappointing. Indeed, such is the lack of progress that this committee would have had grounds for recommending a suspension of trade in CITES listed species from Lao PDR at this meeting, as the previous speaker has argued. Nevertheless, taking everything into account, we would suggest that Lao be given one more chance. Therefore, we suggest the following. We believe that the committee should identify specific time-bound actions that Lao PDR can reasonably be expected to complete before SC75, and these should be reported on in writing within the document deadline for that meeting. That report should also include a report on the full audit of captive tiger facilities, as has been said, which we understand has been completed, even if the DNA testing will take longer. And it should include the establishment of a stripe database and immediate suspension of captive breeding of tigers. We would argue that at that meeting, failure to report or failure to provide a satisfactory report should result in a recommendation from the meeting to suspend trade in all CITES listed species with the country. But even in the event that the committee is satisfied with progress at SC75, it should establish further milestones for SC77 and, if necessary, subsequent meetings thereafter, while retaining the option to recommend a suspension of trade in the event of failure to report or provision of an unsatisfactory report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, WWF. So thank you, parties and observers. Based on the comments I've heard, it's my feeling that the committee agrees with the approach recommended by the Secretariat, so that the committee would maintain and update the decisions directed to Lao PDR as found in paragraph 49 of the English document, including the new decisions regarding the trade in live Asian elephants, with the edit our Secretariat colleague noted. I believe we will look forward to the report for 28 February as found in paragraph 50. And we also agree with the recommendation in paragraph 51 to review progress at the 77th meeting. And perhaps I would invite the Secretariat, if there's any relevant updates to provide by SC75, you could include that in your report. And then we take note of the progress made to date by Lao PDR, and thank you for your report. So that is the conclusion I come to on this item. And okay, it looks like we're good here. So I will now turn us to the next item. So now we are looking at document 28.2.2, Rev 1. So this is the application of Article 13 in the Democratic Republic of the Congo This one has been prepared by the Secretariat, and I will invite the Secretariat to make their presentation, please.
Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lors de sa 70e session, le
At
comité permanent a formulé une série de
67th
recommandations
meeting,
à
the
l'égard de
Standing
la
Committee
RDC dans le
made
cadre de
some
l'article 13
recommendations
de la Convention.
on the DRC
De manière
and
générale,
Article
le
13 of the
Secrétariat
Convention.
note des
In
progrès
general,
importants au regard
the
de la
Secretariat
lutte contre le
noted
commerce
important
illégal,
progress
ainsi
in
qu'au
terms
regard de la
of
fixation
illegal
et de la
trade
gestion des quotas.
and the management
Le
on
Secrétariat
setting
note
of
également que le
quotas.
commerce de Pericope
We also
et
note
Lata est
that
désormais
the
couvert
trade
par le
of
processus de l'étude de
Pericopsis
commerce
elata is
important
covered
qui est en
by the significant trade
Concernant
review
la
which is
gestion du
underway.
commerce de perroquets
In
gris, le
terms
Secrétariat
of the
considère que
management
cette
of trade
recommandation a
of
été
African
mise
grey
en œuvre
parrots, we
partiellement
consider
par
that
la
it was
RDC,
partially implemented by the DRC, given
Given
that there is no study yet of the Psittacus erythacus. In terms of the trade in pangolins, we consider that the suspension of trade has been followed and no legal trade of Manis species has been seen. A new issue has been raised following the repatriation to DRC of a major quantity of pangolin scales. Despite the reports and the communications, we haven't yet had any response on the subject. And we have set out a number of recommendations, and to save time, I'm going to look at the main recommendations for the parties and the Standing Committee. On the African grey parrot, it is recommended that the suspension of trade of species of Psittacus erythacus be maintained from DRC until the DRC can implement the recommendations that were made at the 69th meeting of the Standing Committee. It is also recommended that the Standing Committee recommends to the COP that we do not renew the decision 17.256 and agrees to consider whether it would be appropriate to adopt a specific resolution on the management of the species or the taxon. On the trade in pangolin stockpiles, the parties, it is recommended that there is no authorization of trade of specimens of stockpiles of Manis species in accordance with information provided, guidance provided to the 18th COP. And in terms of the DRC and the Republic of Congo, they have been requested to provide the information requested by the Secretariat on the repatriation of pangolin scales. And the recommendations of the Secretariat are based on a report submitted in March 2021 by the DRC. And just last week, the DRC submitted a report to the Secretariat on the implementation of the recommendations. So we need additional time to review the full report, and it will be studied following this meeting of the Standing Committee. So we will then draw up new recommendations at the next meeting of the Standing Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So regarding Article 13 for Congo, there are some recommendations found in Rev 1 in paragraph 44 of document 28.2.2. Well noted that very recently an update was provided and noted that the Secretariat has not had the opportunity to appropriately review that, and thus any updates to these recommendations based on the report can be provided at the next meeting, SC 75. And so the decision before us then are still the recommendations under paragraph 44, and I will seek the views of the Standing Committee member on these points. And I believe, Congo, you wanted to intervene, so perhaps we'll start with your intervention and then open up to the other members of the committee.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just received a communication from our friends of the DRC on the implementation of Article 13, as has been just indicated. The DRC thanks and congratulates the government of the Republic of France for having hosted this meeting of the Standing Committee in this beautiful city of Lyon. After the COVID-19 pandemic has prevented us from meeting in 2020 and 2021. The DRC also expresses their gratitude to the chair of the Standing Committee and the Secretariat of CITES for the technical preparation of the work for the 74th meeting of the Standing Committee. It also expresses its regret at not being able to take part in this major international meeting because of various circumstances, but it would call on the Standing Committee, the chair, and to take account of this presentation on document SC 7428.2.2. Indeed, the DRC would like to comment that the process of Article 13 of the Convention, to which its country has been subjected since 2016, is becoming more flexible, and new elements are added, which go paradoxically away from the elements that originated this process. Article 13 should focus strictly on the implementation of the recommendations drawn up at the time at the 67th meeting of the Standing Committee. So the DRC notes that it has successfully achieved several recommendations, even going beyond the expectations, thanks to the financing of the CITES project, which was financed by the European Union for a IT platform of CITES, which helps with the implementation of CITES in the DRC. And when it comes to the management and quota setting, the DRC is based on the scientific information, and the DRC has 8 scientific authorities, which are the mainly university and specialized scientific research units. And these scientific units and the management authority have been looking at the export of wild fauna and flora, and they meet regularly. Several scientists who are independent and NGOs, which are both national and international, are participating in this agreement framework, and capacity building of scientific authorities is part of the routine activities. We cannot justify the maintenance of the DRC in Article 13. When it comes to the pangolin stockpiles, having publicly burned the pangolin stockpiles in September 2018, before the President of the Republic, the DRC has really made an end to the legal trade in pangolin scales from in its territory. The illegal trade in pangolin species has been banned by the legal system, and from the 17th of June 2021 the repatriation of pangolin scales from Brazzaville are covered in the report which was submitted by the DRC to the Secretariat on the 2nd of March 2022 in its information document on the implementation of Article 13. The recommendation on the stockpiles of pangolin is no longer a relevant matter, and it cannot be justified that it be maintained under Article 13 process. When it comes to illegal trade, the DRC has intensified its efforts in order to carry out analysis of the information on mapping organized crime groups, and it has already set up multidisciplinary investigative teams working closely with local authority in the key identified areas. And it has carried out several operations based on intelligence obtained and has focused particularly on pangolins and ivory. The updated report from the DRC, which was sent to the Secretariat on the 2nd of March 2022 with the information on the implementation of Article 13, contains details on the subject. And in terms of what has been said just now, the DRC invites parties to withdraw the DRC from the Article 13 process because they have shown visible progress in the implementation of CITES when it comes to the recommendations that were directed at them at the 77th meeting. And in terms of capacity building and scientific work on Psittacus erittacus, these will be continued within the framework of the significant trade review, which was carried out in Kinshasa on the 7th of March 2022 by Dr. Amori, who is part of the management authority at the DRC. Thank you.
Thank you, Congo, for providing us with that update on behalf of the DRC. I note the request from the DRC to be removed. It's my perspective that we're receiving the information rather late, and the Secretariat themselves hasn't had an opportunity to evaluate. So I anticipate that the committee will not be able to fully react to all of that, and rather it might be something that we'll need an update at the next meeting. In that light, I would like to have comments from the standing committee members on the recommendations in document 44 and any reactions you have. I will take a note that the recommendation 44C is one that is actually broader than the issue at hand for the DRC. So I'd like to hear your comments about the approach being proposed there to see if there is a general agreement with that, as well as the recommendations directed to the DRC. So with that, I will start with members of the Standing Committee. I see Senegal and Congo. Perhaps I'll start with Congo and then turn to Senegal, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations on the excellence with which you are chairing this meeting. I am the director of the Management Authority in Congo, and if I take the floor, it's because the report mentions pangolin stockpiles seized in Congo-Brazzaville, and I have to say that the Congolese Republic is not a territory where this can be done illegally, because Congo has become a member of the convention, and therefore we cannot allow or authorize that Congo be part of an illegal trafficking of area for species, whether it be fauna or flora, that are protected under the CITES Convention. And I think, personally, I am working very hard in Congo to carry out arrests of many illegal traffickers of pangolin. I'm sure you've read it in the news, and this is being done in conjunction with the authorities. So we can say, indeed, yes, CITES had requested some information to the country on the issue of scales, pangolin scales. This is an operation that was initiated by Interpol because Congo is indeed effectively working with Interpol. So it's our Interpol friends who led this operation on pangolin scales. During that situation, CITES indeed wasn't involved. So I would say that in the same way that CITES is concerned about the situation, us as the authority, we're also concerned about the situation. So I think that both CITES in Congo and CITES in the Secretariat are trying very hard to give an answer to all those concerns that we brought forward. So our very utmost apologies for the fact that this information has been sent. It's two bodies of the same, of CITES that are involved, and I think we will not be taking too long to be able to bring an answer to these questions on the basis of that request that was done by CITES Congo. This is a very transparent and clear answer and which I wanted to bring to you during this session. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Congo, for providing us with that update on those activities and your assurances that those answers will be provided as requested to the Secretariat. That's very useful to know. Senegal, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much on this presentation of this document, a very detailed one on the situation of DRC concerning the situation of pangolin scales, as well as trade in Psittacus erytacus. We are being told that the report was presented last week, 2nd of March. This is correspondence that is not from today, and I would like to request all countries, as well as the CITES in Congo colleague has just said, I would like to ask everybody to make more efforts to indeed reply to the requests of the Secretariat. Only in that regard will be able to remove DRC from the implementation of Article 13. I do, however, thank the colleague from the CITES Congo for their position, which is the only one. We cannot accept, nobody can accept, that our territories become law and rule of illegal traffickers. This is a very tacit position. However, I would like to solicit DRC to make sure that they bring answers in due time. In 2016, if I recall well, we were one of the foresight for pangolin scales, and we also drafted the document Psittacus erytacus. We brought negotiations to try and find how we could protect and defend the different positions, and I now regret that it doesn't seem like positions have moved. DRC was invited to Senegal, and we wanted to find a solution indeed to the pangolin scale situation as well as Psittacus erytacus. I think many years have passed, and we must make stronger efforts to try and find a solution to this situation, always working in conjunction with CITES and the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senegal. And I appreciate your comments. I'll ask the committee to focus again on the recommendations. I'm hearing support so far for these recommendations. I open the floor as well to observer parties. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The EU and its member states thank the Secretariat for this report, and we also thank Congo for providing an update in the name of DRC. We sincerely congratulate DRC with the progress made, notably in the reinforcement of their scientific work and in the efforts made related to illegal trade and the successful launch of the CITES Management Information System. However, we share the concerns raised by the Secretariat on the fate of the returned pangolin scales and echo the request to generally keep up efforts to curb illegal trade. We note some discrepancies between the information contained in the information document from DRC and the information provided by the Secretariat about the amount of pangolin scales that seem to have been returned to the DRC without the required CITES permits. We also note that even if the historical stockpiles were burned by DRC in 2018, it seems that with the import of the seized scales, there is now a new stockpile, so the recommendations in regards to pangolin stockpiles remains valid in our view. In essence, we feel it's too early for DRC to exit the compliance process just yet. The updated report was only published as an information document a few days before the start of this meeting, and we feel that we cannot base such a decision on the information received just now, with no opportunity for the CITES Secretariat and Standing Committee members to assess this properly. In our view, DRC should be kept in the compliance process and report in a timely manner to the next Standing Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium, and indeed that is the sense that I'm getting from the interventions thus far. So that right now we would agree with the recommendations, although I would like to hear some views on recommendation C. In paragraph 44, recognize that DRC has provided an updated report and that the Secretariat will be reviewing it and provide any updated recommendations to SC75 as needed. So this is what I'm sensing right now, but of course we're not finished. I have opened the floor now to parties, so I will invite members of the committee and parties who wish to intervene to please go ahead. I have the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to echo the comments just made by our colleague from Belgium in support of adopting the recommendations included in this document. With regard to recommendation C in the document, we strongly disagree with the suggestion that Decision 17.256, Rev Cop 18, on African grey parrots not be renewed, since it has not been implemented since its adoption in 2016, as was suggested in the document. We believe that that is inappropriate justification for suggesting deletion of a decision. And furthermore, we note that Decision 17.256 is directed to range states of this species broadly, and not only to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Accordingly, we do not support the recommendation found with regard to this matter in paragraph 44C of the document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. I see South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa would like to thank the Secretariat for the document, and we would like to align ourselves with the comments by the United States on the removal of 17.256. We believe that some of the recommendations that are in 2.56 are still important and relevant, and it will allow parties and other experts, as reflected in the decision, parties and experts outside DRC to contribute to the species, especially countries like South Africa, where the captive breeding industry have or need to show contribution to conservation, and this will allow them to have a form of entrance into contributing to conservation in that particular party, and a financial contribution to those parties, and support conservation programs in those countries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, South Africa, and I do appreciate that because this recommendation didn't quite fit within the theme. It was broader, and so it was important for me to understand where parties might feel about this newer issue. So I see Gabon.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Chair. Gabon takes note of the progress accomplished in the fight against the illegal trade of pangolin in Appendix 1, process in which Gabon has been strongly involved, as our colleague in Senegal has mentioned. However, we would encourage DRC to put in place all recommendations of the Secretariat on the management of the species of Psittacus erytacus. Gabon sees favorably recommendation 44B on the adoption of the SC on a specific resolution for Psittacus erytacus, as well all the other members of that family. We would be ready to support the implementation of its addition to Appendix 1 of this species. We would also like to support the recommendations on pangolin stockpiles, and we refer here paragraphs 44D to F. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to come to sum up where I think we are now, and then I'm willing to take one or two very short interventions from observers. As time runs against me, I will start putting some time constraints on interventions, so just be mindful. Again, I'm hearing support for these recommendations, except for C, and I recognize that C isn't really part of the conversation around Article 13. So I think the Standing Committee really doesn't have a good opportunity to really delve into the issue that's being raised there. And so at this time, it's not my sense that the Standing Committee is ready to recommend replacing Decision 17.256 with a resolution. This is probably something that, if there's value in that, that might be something that the Conference of the Parties might want to consider a bit more carefully. But as right now we're really focused on the Article 13 question, I think perhaps we will put that one aside and not be ready to opine on that. So again, I will see if there's any comments, and I'll also open the floor to one or two observers. I'll take the one, World Parrot Trust. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This intervention is made on behalf of a number of organisations, and I'll submit that in an email following. We are encouraged by progress to address trade in African grey parrots since the transfer of the species to Appendix 1. However, we continue to have concerns regarding the volume of capture, transport and illegal exports of African grey parrots from the DRC. Recent reports of large shipments of African grey parrots being transported internally on flights within the DRC and destined for exports indicate that further action is needed to support the implementation of Appendix 1 in accordance with Article 13 and prevent the further collapse of wild populations. We'd like to take this opportunity to draw attention to recommendations made in the report to the Secretariat by UNODC at COP18 in Document 34 on wildlife crime enforcement support in West and Central Africa. Commercial scale shipments of live grey parrots are not easy to conceal or difficult to identify, and we urge action by the DRC to strengthen domestic laws to prohibit domestic trade and build capacity at airports, both domestic and international, and to prevent laundering of African grey parrots as other species. We are supportive of the Secretariat's recommendation to maintain the suspension on trade in African grey parrots and we are supportive of the proposal to adopt a resolution for Psittacus erythrachus and other Psittacidae in West and Central Africa, focused on supporting the enforcement and implementation of the Appendix 1 listing of this imperiled species. Finally, we also urge the Standing Committee to inquire with the DRC on the status of the removal of the reservation to Appendix 1, which the DRC stated was their intention at the last in-person meeting of the Standing Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, World Parrot Trust. And so I'd like to conclude this item. And my conclusion is that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in SC 74 Doc 28.2.2 Rev 1, with the exception of recommendation C. The Standing Committee is not able at this point to provide advice, and thus does not recommend at this time the points in C about a resolution. We also note the report from the DRC and the progress made, and we note the receipt of an updated report from DRC a little last week. And so we agree that we invite the Secretariat to review the report provided by the DRC and to bring any updates or updated recommendations to the 75th meeting of the Standing Committee. Okay, thank you very much. So I will now turn to the next document. Again, we have 35 minutes left in this session, and you can see we are really well behind. At this point, if there's silence, I will take that to be agreement with the recommendations that are found in a document. So I would encourage those interventions to focus on areas where perhaps you think change or nuance is required. But thank you very much. So let us turn to document 28.2.3, and I'll invite the Secretariat to present this one.
Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair.
Lors de sa 71e session en 2019, le Comité permanent a pris une série de recommandations à l'égard de la Guinée dans le cadre toujours de l'article 13 de la Convention, concernant notamment l'exportation de spécimens pré-convention de Pterocarpus erinaceus, la législation nationale, la gestion et la délivrance de permis et certificats CITES, le respect de la Convention et lutte contre la fraude. Concernant l'exportation de spécimens pré-convention de Pterocarpus erinaceus, pour rappel, en avril 2021, à l'issue de la procédure déclenchée au titre de l'article 20 du règlement intérieur du Comité permanent, le Comité permanent a décidé de permettre, à titre exceptionnel, l'exportation de stocks pré-convention de Pterocarpus erinaceus pour un volume maximum de 14 000 mètres cubes. Selon les derniers échanges que le Secretariat a eu avec les représentants de Guinée,
exchanges that the Secretariat has had with Guinea, these operations were delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic as well as the coup d'etat that happened in September 2021. The authorities are still waiting for an authorization from the Environment Minister, who has just been appointed after that coup d'etat, in order to be able to start those export operations. On the other recommendations, Guinea has carried out a number of efforts on their implementation, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic and that coup d'etat, their implementation has been delayed. For these reasons, the Secretariat would like to recommend to the SC to renew most of their recommendations that were made in the 71st session and to maintain the suspension of the trade of those specimens of CITES, which is currently active until the implementation of these actions. The Secretariat would also like to say that a microfinancing agreement is being signed with Guinea in the framework of the program of implementation of the Convention, and it includes all the recommendations of the SC and will facilitate their implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report. So I'll draw the attention of the committee to the recommendations in paragraph 34 of document 28.2.3 that are also provided with the paragraph 33 to uphold the recommendation to suspend all commercial trade in CITES listed species with Guinea. So I will seek reactions, and I will presume that silence means agreement with the proposed approach provided by the Secretariat. So I'll open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee. And actually, if Guinea is in the room and wishes to react, you should feel free to lift your placard. Okay, Guinea, please. You have the floor.
Bonjour à tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. We would like to start by thanking the participants. It's the first time that Guinea takes the floor in the 74th SC of CITES. We would like to thank, on behalf of the Guinea authorities, the Secretariat of CITES, the financial and technical committee since the suspension of Guinea, as well as the different state parties for their support. We would also like to thank the French authorities for their very warm welcome, hospitality, and this the grand reception we had yesterday. We would also like to thank the brave women and men for the organization of this meeting, for all their efforts in order to be able to meeting here today. I would like to conclude by wishing this 8th of March a good International Women's Day, in particular to all my Guinean women. On the issue in question, the Republic of Guinea, as it has been said, has made a number of different progress for the lifting of these sanctions. On the export of pre-convention specimens of Pterocarpus erinaceus, Republic of Guinea, through its Environment and Sustainable Development Ministry, has adopted a note of service in 2021 for the export of a pre-convention specimen stock of Pterocarpus. These measures have the aim to guarantee the transparency and equality measures in the export of wood stock, to define the role and responsibilities for the export of these stocks through a committee made up of national authorities as well as observers like the European Union and the UNDP. 3, identify the sequence of the operations, the inventory of the wood stockpiles until they are loaded into containers. We would like to guarantee that all these recommendations on this point be fulfilled at a 90% level. We are only missing the letter of authorization of export by the ministerial authority in order to launch the process with the different actors, including CITES. Concerning the other items, national legislation on the resolution of COP from 2015, Guinea is managing sustainably its forestry resources, and that's why we have proceeded to the revision of our national legislation, mainly our forestry code, which dated back to 1987, the Code on the Protection of Wildlife and the implementation of our charter, also from that year. This revision has tried to take on new measures on our national legislation, as well as updating our national forestry legislation in a much wider perspective. With the new elected authorities, we are working with the National Party and CITES in order to integrate the different legislative measures in application of the CITES Convention as announced in the resolution. And the letter that was sent shows the will of the Republic of Guinea in order to achieve all this. We know very well that this will be a unique source of management of our forestry resources. And this is why we would like to thank heartwarmly CITES as well as our support, which has allowed Guinea to benefit from a specific project that has allowed us to respect fully the CITES Convention, which takes into account all these recommendations as it has been mentioned today. On the other items, we would like to summarize them. These items are taken into account in the project I have mentioned, and it includes institutional strengthening at national level of the different national actors, the implementation of a reception management and system for the CITES documentation, as well as the creation of training with our neighboring countries, the establishment of a database on the authorized trade, whether it be CITES or not, the issuing of annual reports as well, the operationalization of the agreement of operation with the Ministry of Fisheries, as well as many other objectives like the strengthening of the technical capacities of the scientific authorities. Amongst its activities, we are planning to establish a new protocol on the trade, the establishment of quotas for certain species, the management of different experts, the creation of a legislation, as I have said, that takes into account this project, is strengthening the technical capacities of the national authorities in general. We have established a number of indicators, such as the establishment of a protocol of the chosen animals, as well as the elaboration of a formal agreement between the management authorities so that a collaboration and exchange of information is set up. It's important to mention that all these progress have been carrying out in the implementation of all these recommendations, and despite the COVID-19 pandemic and other epidemics like the Ebola pandemic in 2013 and 2014, and the different political situations. All these events have obviously affected our activities. This is why we would like to request all parties and CITES the establishment of a new date to November 2022 for the implementation of these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Guinea, for your update and for your comment regarding the previous agreement from the committee. I think right now the recommendation to the committee is to take note, but the committee previously agreed to a date of 21 April. So I hear your request to change that date, and I will see reactions from the committee, as well as any reactions to the other recommendations proposed by the Secretariat. So I will start again with members of the Standing Committee. And I will also invite observer parties. So, Senegal, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the presentation of the document which was drawn up by the Secretariat on the situation in Guinea. We heard the representative of Guinea speak, and it's true that it's a neighboring country with a border with Senegal, and we don't yet have an agreement space. Just a few weeks ago, we invited them to Dakar and a training workshop on the fight against illegal trafficking of wildlife species. And from 2013 until now, that means there's been 9 years of suspension of trade. And I think there's some agreement, but then unfortunately we had COVID-19, a coup d'etat. But that doesn't mean that we should ignore the measures undertaken by the international community. We need to see efforts from Guinea, and that hopefully by the COP in Panama we will be able to work together as the international community to see if we can lift the trade suspension, because it doesn't facilitate the good management. These are neighbors, and if the traffickers are blocked on one side of the border, they'll move across. And so I think, as we've said for the DRC, we need to make efforts, because the Secretariat has assisted a great deal and has promoted projects, and we must use these opportunities to exit from this situation. So that's what I'd like to say on Guinea, a neighboring country, and they have a situation which is not always favorable for Senegal.
Thank you, Senegal. And again, I'm hearing general agreement with the recommendations and urging of action. I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also invite observer parties. And again, I will take silence to mean agreement with the recommendations that were provided in the document. I'll also see if there's any comments from observers, one or two. Oh, sorry, I have observer parties. So the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for taking the floor again. So we heard in the update from our colleague from Guinea a request to move the comment deadline or the response deadline until the fall, I believe, and we would certainly be in favor of giving Guinea additional time to implement these recommendations. Noting, however, that it would be our understanding that the recommendation to suspend trade would then be in place until at least SC 77. So just seeking clarification on that. And if our understanding is correct, we would support that approach. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. So there's quite a number of recommendations in here, and they have different deadlines. So I think I'm going to try to clarify my understanding of the request from Guinea. My understanding of the request from Guinea is related to recommendation 34B. In 34B, Guinea is requesting that the measures the decision that we adopted the Standing Committee adopted in April put a deadline to fulfill the measures by the 26th April, and Guinea is requesting that that deadline be extended to November 2022. It's also my understanding that the notification that the recommendation to maintain suspension of trade would be retained until there is a report to the Standing Committee, and we have agreed that there is that the recommendations have been implemented. So I see your point that if that deadline is extended, then it would not be likely to receive a report at SC 75, and it would instead be, we would hear the report at SC 77. So that's my understanding of what's requested. And so if that is correct, then what we would be doing is in recommendation B, giving some more time, and then anticipating a report at the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee, and that until that time, the recommendation to suspend commercial trade would be maintained. Hopefully I got that right. So with that clarification, I will continue to seek any insights or views. I heard from the U.S. Agreement with the proposal from Guinea. I will see if there's other views. Gabon, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would also like to indicate that we support Guinea's position. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabon. So that's useful to me. So with those two interventions and recognizing the report from Guinea, I think I can see that being agreeable with the suite of recommendations to change that April date as requested by Guinea, and then to anticipate that report for the 77th meeting. So this is a sense that I think the committee, based on the interventions I heard, can agree to this. So I will see again if there's any additional interventions from parties, and I'll also invite one or two from observers. Okay, I will take one intervention from the Center for International Environmental Law, and then I'll conclude.
Thank you, Chair. This intervention is made on behalf of 6 organizations, and we sent it to the Secretariat. We do appreciate the work over the years by the Standing Committee Secretariat and Guinea on the issues in the Article 13 review. We agree, however, that the trade suspension in all listed species with Guinea should be maintained, and that the updated recommendations from SC 71 be approved. 2 specific issues we'd like to highlight are the importance of the Standing Committee reconfirming that no exports of stockpiled pre-convention Pterocarpus erinaceus from Guinea occur after April 26, 2022. And secondly, we'd also recommend that the Standing Committee remind importing parties, including South Korea and Bangladesh, of the current trade suspension with Guinea, as both have reported recent imports of listed bird species for commercial purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Center for International Environmental Law. So, okay, so my conclusion based on the discussion is that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations found in document 28.2.3, paragraph 34, with the amendment to recommendation B to extend that date to November, and we should probably put a specific date, so one moment. Okay. And I'm going to suggest the 13th of November, if that works for Guinea. This will allow this to be concluded before the COP. And then based on that, the recommendation 35, we will anticipate and ask Guinea to submit a report to the 77th meeting of the Standing Committee. I think we would welcome the Secretariat providing capacity building and training to Guinea. And then we reaffirm, of course, that the recommendation to suspend commercial trade in CITES-listed species is retained, and ask the Secretariat to publish that updated notification as they've indicated in paragraph 37. I hope that was clear. Great. So with that, that concludes our discussion on this one, and let's at least begin the discussion of the next document, 28.2.4 on Nigeria, and I will turn to the Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at SC70, the Standing Committee adopted a set of recommendations with respect to Nigeria. This included, inter alia, a recommendation to suspend commercial trade in specimens of Pterocarpus erinaceus, and recommendations to Nigeria to take strong enforcement actions against organized criminal networks involved in the illegal trade in pangolins and ivory. The Standing Committee also recommended that Nigeria report to the Secretariat on progress made on the implementation of these recommendations by the 31st of December 2019. To date, the Secretariat has not received the progress report requested by the Standing Committee. The Nigerian authorities and the Secretariat met a number of times via video conference to discuss progress and to assist Nigeria with the implementation of recommendations adopted by the Standing Committee at SC70. The Secretariat acknowledges Nigeria's efforts to progress the implementation of some of the Standing Committee's recommendations, in particular those related to the management of trade in Pterocarpus erinaceus and certain law enforcement-related activities. At the same time, the Secretariat is concerned about continuing seizures of shipments from Nigeria with high volumes of illegal specimens in each of the seizures. These seizures suggest that Nigerian organized crime groups remain heavily involved in illicit wildlife trafficking and use Nigeria as a transit or source country. The seizures also suggest that the recommendations by the Standing Committee have not been implemented forcefully enough to generate effects on the ground. The Secretariat is also concerned that the reporting of Nigeria does not conform to the timeframe and provisions adopted at SC70, and the Secretariat is concerned about a lack of responsiveness from Nigeria regarding repeated offers of assistance by the Secretariat. Finally, the Secretariat notes that Nigeria is a party subject to the NIA process and has a record of non-compliance with reporting obligations under that process as well. For these reasons, the Secretariat proposes that the Standing Committee may recommend to suspend commercial trade in all CITES-listed species from Nigeria until Nigeria is able to demonstrate significant progress in the implementation of the Standing Committee's recommendations. The full set of recommendations prepared by the Secretariat for consideration of the Committee is presented in paragraph 27 of the present document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I will draw the Committee's attention to the Secretariat's proposal to update and replace the recommendations adopted at SC70, which are found in paragraph 27. And also note the comment from the Secretariat that the Committee may wish to consider adopting a recommendation to suspend commercial trade in all CITES-listed species from Nigeria, and seek your guidance regarding that proposal from the Secretariat. So I will first turn to members of the Standing Committee. And I will also invite parties who may wish to comment. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nigeria thanks the Secretariat for preparing this report. We acknowledge the scale of the wildlife crime crisis taking place in Nigeria. The organized criminal groups utilizing our country as a transit hub for illicit wildlife products is well documented and is a cause for serious concern for Nigerian government. To this end, Nigeria has been working in collaboration with UNODC to develop a national strategy on wildlife and forest crime. We are pleased to announce that this strategy is at the verge of being launched. Very soon it will be launched, and a copy will be sent to the Secretariat as an information document. As the Standing Committee will see, this national strategy serves to address many of the capacity and compliance gaps that have existed in CITES and wildlife law enforcement in Nigeria, and we are eager to begin its implementation. In addition, we are pleased to report that Nigeria will be working with the USAID, WABILEC project, and the INL Enhancement Wildlife Law Enforcement Capacity in West Africa project to establish a wildlife law enforcement task force for Nigeria. This task force will serve as an implementation mechanism for the national strategy. Madam Chair, I hope that these initiatives by Nigeria serve to demonstrate our commitment towards addressing wildlife crime and enhancing our compliance with CITES requirements. However, this is not a matter that Nigeria can tackle alone. We very much need the assistance of CITES in identifying and apprehending these criminals responsible for the large-scale criminal activities taking place in our country. Finally, I would like to request the support of the CITES Secretariat to assist with CITES compliance matters. We are at the Secretariat's disposal to ascertain how best to enhance compliance procedures, and would like to assure the parties that we are committed to this process. I also want to emphasize some of the things that we have done and put in place. We have submitted the comprehensive report of illegal wildlife trade for 2021. The stockpiles, for ivory and pangolin, we have gotten approval from the minister to destroy them. And presently, we are in the stage of destroying these stockpiles of pangolin scales and ivory. We are just waiting, to the best method, to use in the destruction, and that will serve as a deterrent to those criminals. And also, on the electronic permitting system, since the suspension of trade on pterocarpus, we have never issued any permit, and we believe that as soon as this suspension is being lifted, we have mapped out strategy, to make sure that the permitting system is well checked, and it will be very difficult for anybody, to say he wants to do any illegal trade, in pterocarpus. Because of the secure system, that will be put in place. And also, we have, on a monthly basis, or quarterly basis, we organize meetings of stakeholders, all these related, agencies that have related work, in combating illegal wildlife trade. We used to meet and then map out strategies on how to cope this illegal wildlife trade. And information and intelligence are being provided, on a regular basis on the inflow of cash of some of these criminals. And based on that, we swerve on them and then begin to arrest some of them. And some of them are currently undergoing litigation process in the court. Also, we have developed forestry policy, is already in place, and we would like to send at least a copy, to the Secretariat, and that will help in making decisions. Also, we are in the verge of harmonizing all the forestry and wildlife laws in the country. We have 36 states with FCT, and each of those states have their own peculiar laws, which to us we need to harmonize. And already we are in the process of harmonizing those laws. Madam Chair, if you permit me, I want the head of scientific authority to also shed more light on the on the NDF, which was carried out in 2019.
If you could try to keep it to 1 minute so that we can conclude. Thank you.
I'll try. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start by thanking the Secretariat for availing us that opportunity to do the NDF. And we have done it, we have submitted. They've also reverted back to us to make some comment, which we have also clarified with the Secretariat. And I know they are also working to give us some capacity building support to do more about that. And beyond that, we're also doing a lot of regeneration of most of the degraded places of the Pterocarpus ornithosaurus. I think we're putting in enough effort to reverse the trend. Possibly the communication gap between us and Secretariat will be worked on, and we'll close gap on that to smoothen that relationship. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria, for your report and your updates. And I hear willingness both on Nigeria and on the Secretariats to collaborate and work on capacity. So that's good to make those connections. I'm sure the Secretariat will look forward to receiving some of the reports you mentioned. So again, we have a number of recommendations to update proposed in document 27, and we also have a recommendation to suspend commercial trade until there is significant progress demonstrated. So I will take silence as general agreement with these recommendations. I note we only have a few minutes left in today's session, this morning session, so I'm looking for some pointed comments on things that either need amendment or that you don't agree with. With that, I'll open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee. I see Senegal, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Now, in terms of the situation that has been presented on Nigeria and the suspension, I see that after Nigeria's intervention, and that they are making major efforts to meet and fill the gaps. I think that before we move to a suspension, we should examine the impact of this suspension on the region. Remember, Nigeria is a very important country, and if we have a suspension, all the efforts for conservation made could be lost through the suspension. So I think before we move to a suspension, we should give them an opportunity to meet the requirements and to set a deadline and then say after that a suspension will be put into place. But I think we need to provide an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. So Senegal, you would argue against a suspension and instead perhaps invite Nigeria to fulfill these recommendations by a specific deadline. And I'll turn back if there's support for that approach. I'll continue to take comments. I will take one or two comments, and then I probably have to suspend, as I suspect we will not finish in the next minute. The United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like our colleagues from Senegal, we very much appreciate the report given here by Nigeria and support the suggestion from Senegal that we not consider a recommendation to suspend trade at this meeting, but look at giving concrete deadlines for action and reconsidering this at either SC 75 or SC 77. Additionally, we'd just like to note briefly that we recognize that in this document there is a very large suite of recommendations put forward for consideration of the Standing Committee, and we think that the recommendations are useful and that they should be adopted by the Standing Committee. But we have concerns that the piece here about implementation to the satisfaction of the Secretariat, and so our concern is with regard to ensuring that Nigeria is clear what that means and that there are clear expectations, and that furthermore the recommendations that there's a prioritization exercise between the Secretariat and Nigeria to identify how these recommendations should be implemented and whether any of them has a higher priority than others, so that they're not simply presented as a to-do list to the party, with the party then expected to figure out how to implement them and how to prioritize them. So we really think that for the enforcement issues, for the compliance issues more broadly, that this is something that needs to be taken into consideration because we are adopting significant lists of recommendations, and so that there's a process for understanding how that should be undertaken. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. And it's 12:30, so I think I'm going to suspend here for lunch, and we will return to this topic after lunch. I have Guinea and the EU on my list, so I will take you after the lunch break. Yes, everyone. I gotcha. There's some announcements. I want to say that, again, we will come back to this topic after the lunch break. We will continue. I've concluded the work on the rules of procedure, Doc 11, so at some point I will also try to wrap that up in the next session. One more comment. Oh, and just a reminder that the afternoon session will only be 3 hours. We will go from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., and then our break will be from 5 to 7, and then the evening session will also be 3 hours. So we're just evening out the time between the two sessions. Okay, so I believe there's some comments from France, but Mexico, you were asking about? Oh, the afternoon session begins at 2 o'clock. And so there's one announcement from France before we break.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. I hope that your work program is going well, that I hope all the material is working well. Logistically speaking, I think it's important to mention for the attention of all the delegates. Firstly, we're trying to organize an event that is sustainably good, and I would like to simply share some information with waste management. There are certain references to be respected. We have yellow bins for everything that is plastic, blue for everything that is paper, black for everything else, and the eco cups are not to be thrown in the normal bins. We have had a number of problems with this, but I think an event of this nature should be able to respect that sustainability. Another issue, we have tried to set up in the building a number of different restaurant amenities so that you can all have access to food. We have a restaurant on site that has been privatized, the bistro of the building. If you haven't seen it, you just have to follow the seats and then turn left near the European Union room. They have a quick a larger menu for those who wish to have a bit more time. I don't know if you've seen that restaurant. Otherwise, there is also a small cafe along the entrance here and another one in the upper floor. All those amenities are ready for you so you can be the most efficient with your work. Thirdly, on the use of the different negotiation rooms that have been set up for you on the second floor, these negotiation rooms have been set up with headsets and microphones. They're not for interpretation purposes. They're only there to enhance your listening capacities, because very often indeed there can be different sounds that do not allow perfect hearing, so we have put the headsets there for you. But the headsets are not to be left with. The headsets are set up for the specific rooms where they are found, so we encourage you to use them, but also to leave them in their respective rooms. Thank you very much for your attention, and all the best for the rest of your day and week.
Thank you very much, France, and I will see everyone here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. It is now 2 o'clock, so I would ask everyone to please take their seats so we can begin. Thank you, everyone. So we will now continue with our agenda. And just before we begin our discussion on document 28.2.4, I'll just note that in light of International Women's Day, the Secretariat would invite all the women present who wish to participate to join me at the podium at the end of this session, and we will take a nice group picture. So ladies, if you are interested in partaking in this photo, we would welcome your joining me here at the end of this session. So now, if I could ask everyone to please quiet down, I would like to begin our conversations on the agenda, please. Thank you so much. So before we heard, okay. So we are currently on document 28.2.4, the application of Article 13 in Nigeria. We heard a progress report from Nigeria on some of the activities that they are undertaking. There was a request the recommendations of the Secretariat are in the document, along with the recommendation to suspend trade. And there was a request that perhaps it is not timely to make a recommendation to suspend trade, but rather invite Nigeria to continue to make progress on the recommendations and provide a later deadline, after which there would be a recommendation to suspend trade. My sense is that might be something to revisit at SC 75 if the committee is agreeable to those suggestions. When we left, I had 2 parties left on my speakers list, so I will turn to those parties to make their intervention. I had Guinea and the European Union. So I will see if perhaps Guinea, if you're prepared to make your intervention on 28.2.4, I would give you the floor.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. As we have said earlier on, to our Nigerian counterparts, we support the proposal on what has been said by Senegal. Guinea is in a difficult and complex moment. The suspension of trade for Nigeria will bring other issues to the sub-region, not only for our country, but for others. And we, too, in our country, try and fight illegal trade, and our accumulated experience in the last 9 years, we believe that the application of such strong measures will allow Nigeria to align on these recommendations and escape those sanctions. We therefore, we truly support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Guinea. And just to be clear, are you supporting the comments as made by Senegal in terms of the proposal to to delay a suspension on trade and to have provide some more time for Nigeria. Oui? Okay, merci.
Thank you.
I have the European Union followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Chair. So, we thank the Secretariat for the update. We also thank Nigeria for the updates done at this meeting. We acknowledge Nigeria's engagement in the process through the meetings that they have held with the Secretariat and the explanations given. However, we are very concerned about the lack of progress on key recommendations. So our position is to support the draft recommendations, including to suspend commercial trade in all CITES species. We have heard other views, and we may be able to consider a more flexible approach in view of SC 75, but it would be linked to very concrete milestones. Otherwise, we would support the recommendation as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. Next, I have Mexico.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Mexico would like to support the comments by Nigeria and Senegal. For us, it's important that in these cases of suspension of trade, we take into account the context and the participation of other countries within the trade of the relating species and the important participation of Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. And thank you. So the comments I'm hearing are right now indicating some support to providing some more time. We did hear from Nigeria and some of the activities they're taking. And we do have SC 75 in November. And so there could be scope for a recommendation for Nigeria, for the Secretariat to report on progress at SC 75, and if significant progress is not reported at that time, the Standing Committee would consider a recommendation to suspend commercial trade. So this is sort of what I think I'm picking up from the discussion here. I'll continue to take interventions and while parties reflect. Gabon, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. Gabon would like to support Senegal's proposal to support the US. So we would like to note that in a South-South cooperation, Gabon has started cooperating with Nigeria in the framework of the implementation of the different convention matters on the area of ivory and pangolin scales. And in this sense, we went to Nigeria to do a training and analyze the different samples taken and seized in 2021, which will be analyzed in the laboratory of the Forestry Ministry in Gabon. And as such, we would like to witness Nigeria's will to strengthen its will in the fight against illegal trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabon, for your perspective and for additional information on work with Nigeria. I'll continue to take interventions from Standing Committee member parties, observer parties, and I'll also invite one or two observers who may wish to comment. Okay, thank you. And I was also conferring with the Secretariat to see what conversations they've had in terms of advancing these recommendations. So based on the interventions I've heard, I suggest that the Standing Committee agree with to update and replace the recommendations adopted at SC70 as written in paragraph 27 of the document. I also suggest that the Standing Committee would invite Nigeria to report on their progress by the deadline for submission of documents for SC75, so I understand that's 14 September. And that the Standing Committee is looking to see some significant progress, and if significant progress is not achieved by SC75, the Standing Committee may consider a recommendation to suspend commercial trade in all CITES listed species. I take the point that the EU has raised about, and I believe the US did, about clear guidance and milestones. I understand that the Secretariat is working with Nigeria, has been consulting with them, and so we would ask the Secretariat to continue that consultation to provide some key priorities and some key activities that should be accomplished in that time period so that we could see that significant progress by SC75. So this is what I believe I'm hearing here, and I see some nodding heads, which I appreciate. So much better face-to-face. Thank you so much. Okay, with that, we conclude our discussion on this, and thank you to the parties for providing your views. We will now turn to the last item on this section, which is 28.2.5 on introduction from the Sea of Sei Whale. And there is a document prepared by the Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the purpose with all these documents that you have discussed is to bring matter to the attention of the committee, discuss the matter, identify a solution, and close the case. And this is what we are trying to do with all these countries. It may take more or less time. And on this last case, we are introducing document 28.2.5 on introduction from the Sea of Sei Whale by Japan. As you may remember, at the 71st meeting, the Standing Committee requested Japan to report to the Secretariat 90 days before the 73rd meeting of the Standing Committee on the treatment of existing stockpiles of meat and blubber specimens of sea whales from the North Pacific population that were introduced from the sea before SC70. On 7 July 2020, Japan informed the Secretariat that all specimens of sei whale meat and blubber introduced prior to SC70 had been sold by the Institute of Cetacean Research and distributed domestically. Japan further reported that proceeds of those sales of meat and blubber obtained in 2017 and before were refunded by the Institute of Cetacean Research to the National Treasury and appropriated to the cost of subsequent cetacean research programs. And the proceeds of 2018 were refunded by ICR, the Institute, to the National Treasury. Japan also explained that the national legislation of Japan doesn't allow the retrospective confiscation of such specimens of meat and blubber, and also informed the Secretariat that it has that those specimens were introduced from the sea following the grant of a certificate from the Management Authority and distributed into domestic markets. Finally, Japan also reiterated its commitment to follow the Standing Committee's recommendations not to issue any introduction from the sea certificate for sei whales from the North Pacific population, except for biopsy samples obtained via non-lethal methods. Turning to the recommendations, Madam Chair, the Secretariat recommends that the Standing Committee take note of the information provided by Japan and consider whether any further action is necessary on sei whale specimens from the North Pacific population that were introduced under the IFS certificates prior to SC70, and in case that no further action is deemed necessary, the committee may decide to consider the compliance matter resolved and proceed to close the case. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report and for providing the responses to the questions the SC asked last time we met face-to-face. So I will open the floor then for comments from the Standing Committee members on this activity. And of course, if Japan wishes to provide any comments, I'll also invite Japan to do so. Okay. So any comments from the members? North America, please.
Thank you, Chair, and the North American region thanks the Secretariat and Japan for this update. We recognize Japan's noteworthy efforts to address its compliance issues with respect to its issuance of introductions from the sea certificates, as it relates to the introduction from the sea of sei whales parts and specimens harvested in areas beyond national jurisdiction. The North American region notes and appreciates Japan's commitment not to issue certificates for sei whale from the North Pacific population except for biopsy samples obtained via non-lethal methods. The region takes note of the information provided and recommends the Standing Committee considers this compliance matter resolved and closes the case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, North America. I will continue to take views from the members of the Standing Committee. Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Oceania accepts the closing of this matter of non-compliance with no further action, noting Japan's advice that the specimens were sold commercially and are not able to be recovered. We note Japan's advice that proceeds of the sales have been refunded to the National Treasury and appropriated for cetacean research. We note that some Institute of Cetacean Research work programs inform Japan's domestic whaling policies. We would encourage the Government of Japan to ensure that the proceeds of the non-compliance do not directly benefit Japan's whaling industry. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Oceania. I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee and also invite observer parties who may wish to intervene. Argentina.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. Argentina would like to thank Japan for all the efforts made and suggest that the report of the meeting contain Japan's commitment to not issue any sea certificate for common rorquals from the North Pacific unless for biopsies obtained through non-lethal methods, and we therefore close the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. And so I will see if there's any other interventions from parties. Senegal, please.
Merci, Madame. Je voudrais...
Thank you, Chair. I would like to congratulate the Secretariat for the presentation of the document and for Japan's commitment. I don't know if I have... if I don't recall well, but I remember in our last COP, Japan had committed to not applying lethal methods. I think this was a position that I had defended with my colleague from Gabon. I might be wrong, and so I am surprised to hear. Yeah, of course, I understand that our commitment is not necessarily on the important, but I believe that Japan had already committed to not using lethal methods. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. Yes, Japan did provide us with updates at the Standing Committee meeting previous, and so in the document, it's just a reiteration of the commitment to not issue certificates for sei whales, except for biopsy samples obtained via non-lethal methods. Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to take note of the document and also thank Japan for their reporting in this regard, and we agree that this compliance case can be closed. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee, and I also invite observer parties who wish to comment. I'm hearing some consensus here, so unless you have a dissenting view, I will presume agreement with the views expressed so far. I will continue to see if there's any views, and I'll also take one or two observer interventions before concluding this matter. Okay, I will take the one intervention from the Animal Welfare Institute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Animal Welfare Institute wants to note its satisfaction with the outcome of this compliance matter, which has demonstrated both the value and the effectiveness of the CITES compliance process. We're grateful to the parties who brought this issue to the attention of the Standing Committee and to Japan for taking the matter seriously. Specifically, Japan has ended its hunt of sei whales on the high seas and made a clear commitment not to issue further introduction from the sea certificates for sei whales from the North Pacific population, except for biopsy samples obtained via non-lethal methods. As previous speakers have observed, we agree that this commitment should be enshrined in the record of this meeting. We continue to believe that Japan has a legal responsibility under Article 8 to confiscate any remaining sei whale specimens previously traded in violation of the Convention and to dispose of them in accordance with Resolution Conf 17.8. Disappointingly, however, Japan authorized the sale of illegally introduced meat alongside and indistinguishable from legal whale meat. At this point, however, we agree that with the original compliance matter resolved satisfactorily, this matter can be closed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Animal Welfare Institute. So my sense right now is that the committee notes the report of the Secretariat and the information provided by Japan. We note the reiteration of the commitment to not issue any IFS certificates for sei whales from the North Pacific population except for biopsy samples obtained via non-lethal methods. And the Standing Committee agrees that the compliance matter has been resolved and that it's able to close this case. I see Japan nodding. Any, okay, and so with that, I take that as the conclusions of the committee, and I'll move us now to the next item on the agenda. Thank you. So the next item on our agenda, I was going to do the two together. So we're looking at 28.3 on Malagasy ebonies. The first item was 28.3.1, the report of Madagascar. Very unfortunately, our colleagues from Madagascar were unable to attend the meeting. And while we were hopeful that they would be sending a report for either the regional representative or the Secretariat to read, it doesn't appear that we've received any report. So I guess I will turn us then to 28.3 point 2, the report of the Secretariat, and we can start our conversations there. So, Secretariat, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. Since the 18th session of the COP in 2019, the Secretariat has supported Madagascar for the implementation of Decision 1897. Several online meetings have been organized with Madagascar, with their sponsors, and we have also coordinated 3 groups of the intersessional group that is supposed to be there to support and advise Madagascar on the different issues. Generally speaking, the Secretariat has seen considerable progress regarding the scientific aspects as well as the measures in fight against fraud, according to Decision 1896. We would like to also congratulate Madagascar for these activities. Despite the important efforts put in place by Madagascar and its sponsors, we would like to see a lack of activities in the governance area. And during the last meeting of the intersessional consultative group, the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Madagascar has declared that the government didn't have the intention of exporting controlled stockpiles, and that only the national use of these stockpiles was envisaged. Therefore, it seems that this issue would be out of the implementation and scope of action of the Convention. In this context, the Standing Committee has to take into consideration several issues. Taking note of the progress achieved by Madagascar in the scientific and fight against fraud, as well as bringing technical and financial assistance for the support of these activities. Maintain the blockage of import and export of these species until Madagascar can bring an official certificate for these species. The Standing Committee is also invited to take note of the statement made by Madagascar for a national use of the official and controlled stockpiles and remove paragraphs F and G on Decision 1896 on the business plan. We also invite the SC is also inviting Madagascar to put in place all the necessary control measures for the implementation and respect of Annotation 15 on the exportation of species, and is also invited to recommend Madagascar to seize the Standing Committee once the management and use of official stockpiles at the national level process will be fulfilled in order to submit all progress. Last recommendation is to request the Secretariat, subject to the availability of resources, to assess the administrative and legislative provisions for the implementation of CITES in Madagascar in accordance with Article 13 of the Convention, and to explore the need for technical assistance required in the implementation of the Convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So as noted, we unfortunately do not have the updated report or the report from Madagascar. So we can work with the recommendations provided in paragraph 43 from the Secretariat in their consultations with Madagascar. And with that, I will turn to request any comments from members of the Standing Committee on these recommendations. And I'll also open the floor to observer parties. So I see 3 requests. I'm going to start with 4 requests. I'm going to start with Kenya, followed by Switzerland, the United States, and the European Union. Kenya, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you and the Secretariat for the document. The intervention, intervention on SC 74, document 2.3 on Malagasy Rosewood. Madam Chair, notification to the parties number 2022/002 of January, 20th of January 2022, reports on the status of Malagasy rosewood logs seized in Kenya in May 2014 and gives advisory on rosewood stockpile originating from Madagascar. Kenya would like parties to refer to the notification to the parties number 2017/056 on implementation of decision 17.203 and 17.205 on information on Malagasy ebonies and palisanders and rosewood. Madam Chair, it can be recalled that Kenya reported at the 66th meeting of the Standing Committee in Geneva in January 2016 that immediately after seizing the Malagasy contraband in 2014, we notified the CITES MA for Madagascar and that Kenya was working on the process for the disposal of the contraband in accordance to national laws and CITES provisions. Madam Chair, Kenya remains committed to ensuring that the provisions of CITES Convention are enforced, including ensuring country of origin of any seized contraband of CITES-listed species is notified of the seizure, confiscation, and that while enforcing the provisions of Resolution Conf 17.8 on disposal of illegally traded and confiscated species of CITES-listed species, the contraband does not go back to the market. Kenya would like to assure Madagascar, the CITES Secretariat and all parties that the 4,400 logs amounting to about 640 tons of Malagasy rosewood in 34 20-foot containers seized at the port of Mombasa in 2014 remain in the possession of the government, despite a court order in November 2021 to release and return it to the traffickers. The court case is ongoing. The government is resolute on ensuring that the rosewood consignment, being a contraband, will not be released back to the market. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kenya, for that update. Next on my list, I believe, is with Switzerland. Switzerland, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The report of Madagascar was submitted at a very short time before the meeting, and we therefore had little time to review it. Nevertheless, with reference to decision 18.96 of the Conference of the Parties on Malagasy, Dalbergia and Diosporos, Switzerland acknowledged the achievement objectives and ongoing efforts by Madagascar concerning paragraphs A, B, and D of that decision. We are grateful to Madagascar and the numerous international institutions and experts supporting Madagascar for their efforts. However, I would like to draw the attention specifically on decision 18.96F concerning stock and stockpiles. First, for the officially controlled stockpiles, originally at least 1/3 of the stockpiles were to be inventoried. However, the inventories of 2015 and 2017 resulted in only 1/6. In none of the reports since then has it been mentioned whether the inventories of the specified stockpiles have ever been carried out or finished. Second, the uncontrolled declared wood stockpiles. These stockpiles were constituted on the basis of the declarations made by the private owners in 2011. These stockpiles have never been marked or stored in secure locations by the government. So there are many question marks about the quantity, the legality, and where the stocks are stored. The Minister of the Environment at the third meeting of the Intersessional Advisory Group in October 2021 noted that the stockpiles are estimated to be 8 times greater in terms of quantity than the officially controlled stockpiles and are believed to be scattered between about 190 different sites. Another question is how well preserved this wood still is after such a long time. Third, another concern relates to non-compliant and unreported stocks, also known as hidden stocks. These stocks are said to amount to an estimated 2 million rosewood and ebony logs. The source of this estimation remains unclear, and we don't know the basis of this estimation. With all these unresolved issues, we cannot agree with the Secretariat's proposition to delete paragraph F of decision 18.96 because we believe that the decision 18.96F refers also to stockpiles of undeclared and hidden stocks, and this part of the decision is not yet fulfilled, and therefore paragraph F cannot be deleted but should be redrafted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland. Next on my list is the United States. United States, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to echo the comments of our colleague from Switzerland. We remain concerned about the lack of information and the apparent fluidity in some of the stockpiles of wood currently held in Madagascar under the 3 sections that have been outlined. And so we would support the comments from Switzerland. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, United States. Next on my list is the European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The EU and its member states thank Madagascar and the Secretariat for the reports. We commend the progress of Madagascar as regards the tasks related to Decision 1896, paragraphs A to D, which relate more to the scientific work. We have the following comments on the Secretariat's recommendations. We support strongly the recommendation in paragraph 43A of the document that parties should not accept exports or imports of Diospyros and Dalbergia, and to retain a trade suspension until the conditions of legal acquisition and NDF are available at the species level. We also note that as regards paragraph E, that we could not accept any import of items made from Dalbergia exempt under annotation 15 without very strong control, enforcement, and traceability measures in place. So we also support the concerns expressed by Switzerland on the paragraph F. We think that this is still relevant. We agree with the Secretariat that domestic use of officially controlled stockpiles does not fall within the CITES remit, but undeclared and hidden stockpiles are still a cause of concern. So we could consider the deletion of part of 18.96F, but not its complete deletion. We would suggest deletion of those parts that might not be relevant, like subject to available funding or thereof an use plan based on transparency and the word approval. So we would, I can read the decision if so you wish, Chair, on how this would look like. Under Secretariat's recommendation, paragraph C, we would encourage Madagascar to highlight where additional technical support or training would be needed. So significant funding for scientific aspects has already been provided for Madagascar, so the EU and its member states remain committed to work with Madagascar on specific scientific or enforcement gaps that might be identified. Finally, we support the deletion of paragraph G of decision 18.96. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, European Union. And your comments are in line with some of the other comments I heard with regard to the existing decision 18.96, paragraph F. And so I understood that you had some suggestions on how to update that decision. So perhaps you could read those slowly, because people might want to use the internet to look up the decision, but so we get a sense of your proposal.
Sure, thank you, Chair. So we would delete the first 4 words, subject to available funding, and the decision would read, secure the stockpiles, including undeclared and hidden stocks, of timber of Dalbergia and Diospyros in Madagascar, and submit regular updates on audited inventories. And then we would delete thereof and a use plan based on transparency. And then the decision then would continue, and independent oversight mechanisms for consideration. We would then delete approval, and further guidance from a standing committee would remain. So the final decision would read, and I do it again, secure the stockpiles, including undeclared and hidden stocks of timber of Dalbergia and Diospyros in Madagascar, and submit regular updates on audited inventories and independent oversight mechanisms for consideration and further guidance from the Standing Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, European Union. So far, I'm hearing general agreement with the recommendations, with the exception of the recommendation that paragraphs F and G, paragraph F in particular of decision 18.96 is no longer appropriate. I also heard an addition to invite Madagascar to highlight where training is needed. So I will see if there's any further comments from standing committee members or observer parties. And I'll also open the floor to observers, any 1 or 2 observers who wish to comment. So I see a number of hands. I'm going to take ITTO. We'll take all 3. I'm presuming you're going to be brief. ITTO, traffic, and EIA. So ITTO, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ITTO continues to support Madagascar with a project assisting them account for and track rosewood stockpiles. We had hoped to meet with the representatives of the Madagascar at this current standing committee meeting to discuss project progress. So it is unfortunate that they were not able to attend. We are planning a visit to Madagascar in the second half of this year if the COVID situation allows, and we would coordinate with the relevant CITES Secretariat colleagues on all aspects of our engagement with Madagascar. Thank you.
Thank you, ITTO. The next intervention is from Traffic.
Thank you, Chair. Traffic would like to commend Madagascar for the progress it's made, particularly in terms of the scientific aspects of the work, including the conducting of non-detriment findings for the species involved. However, we would like to highlight that little or no progress has been made towards the implementation of Decision 896F in relation to securing stockpiles, including undeclared and hidden stocks. I think the importance of completely securing seized stocks can be illustrated by the interception in November last year of stolen rosewood logs in the forest cantonment of Anjabe-Ampasimbe. We therefore strongly encourage Madagascar's efforts to carry out a complete inventory and secure marking of these seized stocks before any use, whether it's national or international, is contemplated. Traffic has been pleased to have assisted the Madagascar government in the past few years to achieve the progress it has made thus far, and we would most warmly welcome the opportunity to provide Madagascar with whatever advice and assistance it needs now to move forward on this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Traffic. And our last intervention is from EIA, and then I will sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Since this is the first time that EIA is taking the floor, we would like also to thank the Government of France and the CITES Secretariat for organizing this meeting. This intervention is made on behalf of 6 organizations, and we will provide those to you. So we're not opposed in principle to potential domestic use of seized wood. However, all Malagasy stockpiles have been vulnerable to theft and laundering of timber. And as such, appropriate inventorying, securing and marking, as well as transparency and independent oversight in the management of stockpiles, which have been discussed at length at various meetings over the past decade, remain very relevant. According to a recent investigation by EIA and Transparency International, a first attempt to move timber from seized controlled stockpiles for the renovation of the Queen's Palace in 2019 has already been marked by irregularities. Any stockpile disposal process, be it for international or intended domestic use, should strengthen rather than undermine governance and accountability. We would also like to note that while certain steps in enforcement have been taken by Madagascar, high-level traffickers have still not been prosecuted. Instead, we have seen a suspected long-standing trafficker being appointed to the highest level of government. So we therefore also support and would like to align ourselves with the concerns and statements made by the US, the European Union, and Switzerland in supporting the recommendations 28.3.2a and b. However, we also strongly disagree with the notion or with the suggestion by the Secretariat under D3 that the paragraph F on G would no longer be appropriate, and we would actually prefer and recommend that decision 18.96 remain intact so that the entirety of the stockpiles remains under control. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, parties and observers, for your comments. It is my conclusion that the Standing Committee can agree with the recommendations proposed by the Secretariat under paragraph 43 with some slight amendments. Under recommendation C, in addition to noting the progress made by Madagascar, we would also invite Madagascar to highlight where additional training would be useful and necessary, would be needed. And then under recommendation D, sub-Roman III, the Standing Committee does not wish to remove paragraph F, in particular of decision 18.96, but would rather see this decision being advanced, redrafted, in particular to address the undeclared and hidden stocks. And I believe the amendments suggested by the European Union, from what I've seen, are generally agreeable in terms of updating that decision in the context, in the current context. Other than that, there's agreement with the remaining of the recommendations, and so that is what I conclude that the Standing Committee would agree. Okay. So thank you, everyone, on that. And with that, that concludes our discussion of 28.3. And now we will turn our attention to 28.4 on National Ivory Action Plans. So I will invite the Secretariat to introduce this document.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, there are currently 14 parties and 1 territory participating in the NEAP process. The Secretariat reports in its present document on the activities conducted with regards to 1, Turkey, as a potential new party identified for inclusion in the NEAP process. 2, parties that continue implementing their NEAPs. And 3, Hong Kong SAR of China that has achieved its NEAP. These matters are elaborated upon in paragraphs 2 to 17 of the present document, whilst the findings and observations of the Secretariat regarding the parties concerned are presented in Annex 1 to the present document. At the time of writing the present document, reports on progress with NEAP implementation have not been received from Mozambique, Nigeria, and Togo as Category A parties, and from Angola, Cameroon, and Ethiopia as Category C parties. The Secretariat notes, however, that it has since received reports from Mozambique on 4 March and from Togo on 7 March. These reports were received very late, considering that Step 4, Paragraph A of the guidelines to the NEAP process state that parties should submit progress reports to the Secretariat 90 days in advance of each regular Standing Committee meeting. Due to the late submissions and its current workload, the Secretariat was regrettably not able to evaluate these reports prior to the present meeting. The Secretariat made the report received from Mozambique available as Annex 12 to the present document. In light of the submission of the progress report, the Secretariat suggests changing the recommendation concerning Mozambique as follows. That's recommendation L. The Secretariat recommends that the Standing Committee, 1, note the revised and updated NERAP of Mozambique. 2, note that Mozambique submitted its report on progress with NERAP implementation available as Annex 12 to document SC 74 Doc 28.4. 3, note that the report submitted by Mozambique was not using the NEAP template and was not submitted 90 days in advance of the present meeting, as required by Step 4, Paragraph A of the guidelines, and that the Secretariat was, as a result, not able to evaluate the report prior to the present meeting, as required by Step 4, Paragraph C of the guidelines. 4, request Mozambique to submit a revised report on progress with NERAP implementation within 60 days of the present meeting, using the NEAP template available on the NEAP webpage. And 5, request the Secretariat to evaluate the progress report from Mozambique and bring any matters arising to the attention of the Standing Committee as may be needed. The Secretariat made the report received from Togo available as Annex 13 to the present document. In light of the submission of the progress report from Togo, the Secretariat suggests changing the recommendation concerning Togo as follows. That's recommendation P. The Secretariat recommends that the Standing Committee, 1, note that Togo submitted its report on progress with NEAP implementation available as Annex 13 to document SC 74 Doc 28.4. 2, note that the report submitted by Togo was not submitted 90 days in advance of the present meeting as required by Step 4, Paragraph A of the guidelines, and that the Secretariat was, as a result, not able to evaluate the report prior to the present meeting as required by Step 4, Paragraph C of the guidelines. And 3, request the Secretariat to evaluate the progress report from Togo and bring any matters arising to the attention of the Standing Committee as may be needed. The other recommendations prepared by the Secretariat for consideration by the committee are presented following paragraph 17 of the present document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So you have before you in document 28.4, paragraph 17, or just after paragraph 17, recommendations from the Secretariat for a number of parties related to the NEAP or NERAP process. You've heard some updated recommendations for Mozambique and Togo based on the late submission of a report, and noting, of course, that the Secretariat did not have time to thoroughly analyze those reports. I think I will start by hearing interventions on the document to understand where there may be issues, and then, depending on how the discussion goes, I can start to structure our reactions. But to start with, I would just like to open the floor to members of the Standing Committee for any comments you wish to make on the various recommendations found in document 28.4. So first starting with members of the Standing Committee. And seeing no requests, I will also open the floor to observer parties. Cambodia, please, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Cambodia delegation, we would like to thank the government of France for organizing the 74th meeting of the CITES Standing Committees. And we also thank CITES Secretariat and experts for reporting and evaluation of the NEAP process, including Cambodia. We would like to inform the committee that most activity achieved and substantially achieved. We think there is some miscommunication somehow. In the country, we take bold action on cracking down on ivory shell, mainly small fish, in collaboration with the NGOs such as Wildlife Alliance, FFI, WCS. For cross-border issue, we have been working closely with the UNODC and the U.S. Home Secretary to cope with illegal ivory trade across border to Cambodia. We result in ivory confiscation of around 10 tons of ivory since 2014 until now. The ivory stockpile has been well kept and inventory has been conducted, especially the arrangement of inventory from all relevant agency ministry in Cambodia. Recent discussion in February 2002, we will conduct detailed inventory of ivory stockpile and provide the consolidated list of ivory inventory to the Secretariat. Therefore, Cambodia would like to kindly request the committee to consider allow Cambodia to exit the NEAP process, and when we will continue to provide the Secretariat through regular report related to the ivory stockpile management and other on-track activity. We will work closely with the Secretariat regarding the remaining issue to further address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cambodia. I also saw Mozambique, followed by the European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would like also to thank the Secretariat and the government of France for the organization of this meeting. and also to share that we acknowledge that we have submitted late our report, but it's due to some institutional reforms and also limited human capacity in our institution. But it's good probably to share the progress that we have made on our NIREP. Regarding the legislation, we have been training judges. To this point, we have trained 27 judges, including 7 women, and those judges will become trainers of other judges on legislation that regards the environmental crime. And regarding to interagency collaboration, we have trained more than 244 professionals from immigration, customs, environmental police, and others. It's a long list. So as to capacitate them in how to work together and respect the environment. We have put in our international airport in Maputo a joint unit with a dog unit as well. It's a joint unit because we have the customs, police, and other institutions. This has led to no arrest of poachers taking ivory or rhino through that airport since we have put the dog unit at the airport. On intelligence-based operations, we work with the investigation police in all the province and we have trained them. So this is also leading to good success on apprehensions of ivory and rhino horns, and that has enhanced our collaboration in that point. We also do work with our counterparts in South Africa, where the rhino poaching has been severe in the past, and through that collaboration, we have managed to investigate more than 164 cases, of which 11 have been suspects went through the court. And the commitment of our government has showed that deployment of special force in Nyasha Special Reserve and Gorongosa National Park, where we registered good results on elephant poaching that has been zero for almost 3 years up to mid last year. And also these units are working close in all other protected areas or outside to enforce the application of the legislation as well as to stop the poaching and trafficking of rhino horns and elephant and killing of elephants and other wildlife products. Because of the interaction that we have been having with the magistrates and law enforcement staff, we can see an increase of about 66% of the effective sentence of on wildlife crimes. If we compare 2020, where we had about 48 cases, and in 2010 we had more than 100 cases. And out of 148 cases, all 9 that were acquitted, and the rest went for judgment, ranging from 1 to 20 years of imprisoning. That's also a good improvement from our side. We went through a dewatering process since 1999. We have dewarned about 36 rhinos close to Kruger National Park. That has showed a good result, because since the dewatering started, no dewarned rhino has been killed, and also the killing of rhinos with horn declined. From 2019, we had 5, 2024, 2021, we had 0. And we believe that's disencouraging the poachers because they see the rhinos are dewarned. And there are several other measures that we're taking, like daily surveillance along the critical areas where the poaching is happening. And we trained 5 vets dealing with the owning of rhino, so that our capacity increases on that regard. We still keep our collaboration with South Africa, and we have daily communication between our law enforcement on the ground through WhatsApp, CIMO, the system that has been put, and we do conduct monthly meetings, and through other structures, we meet regularly to share intelligence-based information. With Vietnam, we're also implementing the memorandum that has been signed between the government of Mozambique and Vietnam. This has led to apprehension of 3 traffickers, being 2 in Vietnam and 1 in Mozambique. And also there was online training for both governments of Mozambique and Vietnam. Also as a result of all the combined efforts, we managed to seize 1.2 tons of rhino, white tusk of elephant, and also 56 kg of rhino horns. With Tanzania, our collaboration led to develop a joint fundraising proposal submitted to SADC TFCA financing facility that is for Niassa Selous transboundary ecosystem, and we've been regular meeting virtual because of the COVID with Tanzania. On the outreach, we are working with schools, and we established 63 environmental clubs. We believe that's where we need to put our efforts for the new generations to grow with environmental and citizenship attitudes. And we also gave 78 bursaries to girls. Why do we say girls? It's because the poachers, when they get money, they go and get married with young girls in several villages. And then the girls see that as the end of their life. So what we're doing is like promoting education so that we change attitude of those ladies, showing them the future is different from dealing with money from poachers. And we hope with time that will assist in progressively change the behavior in the village. We have also put a lot of billboards in the country, in the main place where we put, let's say, close the airport, the routes to the airports, and to the borders, with message about poaching, that poaching steals from all of us. It's not for the country itself, but it goes beyond that. We're supposed to conduct an annual survey this year. I think we're still within the time frame if you consider that our surveys happen in the interval of 4 years. I think this is just a few highlights that we would like to share, though our report was submitted late, but details are contained in the report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mozambique. I have a request from Indonesia, so I'll take this, and then I will turn to the EU. Indonesia, please.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, for giving Indonesia the floor. On Agenda 28.4, first I will read Indonesia's statement in this regard, and then I have the honor to also read Vietnam's statement on behalf of the esteemed delegation of Vietnam who are unable to attend our committee meeting. First, the statement for Indonesia. Indonesia takes note on the National Ivory Action Plan reported by the Secretariat, and Indonesia is looking forward to seeing the implementation of the plan. On illegal ivory trade, which might also be linked to Agenda 33.4, and since it is related with the recommendations made in the report to one of our parties, we are of the view that online wildlife trading is one of our greatest concerns. as they are one of the most developed crimes these days. It is very important that the monitoring of wildlife electronic trade is not done only by individual countries, but by a global cooperation of all countries to address illegal trade in wildlife, including on ivory trade. As illegal trade in ivory is included as transnational crime, we suggest the NIAP also considers establishing action plans in cooperation with other international forums working in combating wildlife crime. This ends my reading of Indonesia's statement for this agenda. And now I will read the statement on behalf of Vietnam. Vietnam appreciates the report prepared by the Secretariat and your hard work in NIAP implementation during the meantime. Vietnam would like to reiterate our progress report on a number of actions on February 2021 and hereby provide our oral clarification on those. Activity 5.1, due to factual circumstances, we have changed the output as a national database into an e-permit system. This activity was approved and completed under the support of the USAID. Vietnam presently has a fully functioning electronic permit system that is integrated to the customs single window system. We would like to reiterate this as achieved. Regarding activity 4.5, we confirm that the communication campaign's results, as reported, are associated with business groups who were also the primary target of the campaigns. The project were in partnering with the USAID. We are more than glad to provide written information if required. We also like to rate this as achieved. Taking those 02 in account, the percentage of achieved activity goes up to 84%. That means Vietnam should be considered fulfilling requirements of existing NIAP by completing more than 80% of the activities. Therefore, Vietnam would request the Standing Committee to reconsider our rating as achieved. We believe this is in line with the criteria set out by the NIAP process. However, by saying so, Vietnam has no intention to cease the on-track activities as recommended and commits to continue the remaining on a regular basis. For example, information exchange with other countries and fostering mutual legal assistance implementation. This ends my reading on Vietnam's statement for this agenda. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia, and also thank you for reading that on behalf of Vietnam. And I will now turn to the European Union. European Union, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we would like to thank the Secretariat and parties for their reports. The EU and its member states recall the importance of reporting in writing and according to the agreed template to facilitate the Secretariat's task. We support all recommendations by the Secretariat with a number of comments. We support as well the amended recommendations as introduced by the Secretariat for Mozambique and Togo. We would, however, request to include a follow-up in cases where parties have not reported in writing according to the template and will not do so after the warning of the Standing Committee at the end of the deadline. This addition would be in line with the way the Standing Committee has dealt with such cases in the past at the Standing Committee 69, so we would ensure consistency and fairness. This addition ensures as well that we would not have to wait until the next meeting for a follow-up and lose time during which it is unclear if progress is made or not. In addition, the approach is proportionate since it foresees a trade suspension only if the respective parties would not again miss the next deadline even after a warning. So I would recall that the text agreed upon at Standing Committee 69 includes a paragraph that states that if there is no satisfactory response by a party concerned, the Secretariat is issuing a notification to parties recommending to suspend commercial trade in CITES-listed species with that party until the party concerned submits a progress report to the Secretariat confirming that progress has been made towards NIAP implementation. We would as well make a specific comment on Nigeria, in which we note with concern the escalation of illegal trade in ivory and other wildlife specimens. And we see with concern as well the persistence compliance challenges, and request the Secretariat on behalf of the committee and in accordance with the step 4, paragraph F of the guidelines to the NIAP process and resolution conf 14.3 on CITES compliance procedures to issue a consolidated notification to the parties. This would tie in with the discussion that we had under agenda point 28, and if and when such notification to suspend commercial trade in all CITES species with Nigeria is decided by the Standing Committee, that this is consolidated with this lack of progress and the concerning situation as regards the National Ivory Action Plan of Nigeria. Finally, we would like to commend Hong Kong, Special Administrative Region of China, for achieving its NIAP and agree, therefore, with the Secretariat to exit the NIAP process for this party. Thank you very much.
Thank you, European Union. And on your first point about your suggestion to include language on if a report is not received in time to issue a notification, just for clarity, can you identify which of the recommendations you would like to link that additional recommendation to? Thank you.
Thank you very much. To those parties who have not reported. So the recommendations would be to issue a warning and, in addition, would have this additional element of follow-up as agreed in Standing Committee 69, that if there is no satisfactory response by a party after the deadline of the warning expires, then to issue a notification. Thank you.
Okay, and just so everyone is clear on the parties that are being referenced, if I've read it right, given the late receipt of Mozambique and Togo, this recommendation is directed to Angola, Cameroon, DRC, and Ethiopia. Okay, just so everyone is aware. Okay, thank you, EU. So I will see if there are reactions both to the document as written and the recommendations that we've heard. In particular, I've heard from both Cambodia and Vietnam a request to exit the process at step 4, feeling that they have achieved 80% of the recommendations. And I've heard the EU further request that if parties who have not yet reported do not report within the given deadline, to issue a notification to suspend trade. So I will continue to take comments, and we will see what reactions we get. Ethiopia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Ethiopia has been included in the NEAP process under Category 3, of course, we have been sending the reports regularly following the time frame set in Step 4, Paragraph 9. And according to our record, among the recommendations given, so far we have achieved more than 88% of the NEAP activities, which shows that Ethiopia is in good progress. Only 2 activities which is remaining according to my record. One is just reviewing the existing legislation in relation to implementing the recommendation of this NEAP process. We have reviewed and then completed the existing legislation and submitted to the Member of Parliament for endorsement. Of course, it has been delaying there because of some reasons and the government undergoing reform, and then there are several other priorities which are dealt with. Otherwise, we have almost finished the review of the legislations. So we are really in a good progress. I think the missed report is only this one. So just to share orally some of the updates with our progress. We have done a lot on raising the awareness of the public on illegal ivory trade, and we have conducted operations, and we have totally shut down domestic ivory trade. And Ethiopia is one of the countries playing a lead in advocating the closure of domestic ivory. And we have also provided several trainings for law enforcement agencies on combating illegal wildlife trade, including identification skill. And we have established recently environmental crime units, which has brought together several law enforcement agencies, including the General Attorney, the court, custom, airport, police, and Interpol. We have also established regional task force, especially in area very sensitive to illegal wildlife trade. And recently, we have been introducing canine units at Bole International Airport, which is, known as a hub for illegal wildlife trafficking. So generally, we are in a good progress in this regard. So I want to share you at least orally this is update, and otherwise As Ethiopia, we don't accept the recommendation provided by the EU to just issue a notification for those countries who are not meeting the time frame of the deadline, because some of us have been very much progressing, but sometimes because of problems, some reasons, some challenge beyond the capacity, we may not meet the deadline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia, for your progress update. And to clarify, the EU's suggestion is to add it to the current recommendation in C. And so my understanding of the EU's suggestion is that we would agree with the recommendation to ask Angola, Cameroon, and Ethiopia to provide your report within 60 days. And if not provided within 60 days, then there would be a notification. So it's not an immediate proposal from the EU, but rather a consequence of if not meeting the 60 days. So just to be clear on that. It sounds like you've made good progress and would have no trouble meeting that deadline. So I will continue to take reactions. I see there's a few here that have risen some comments, but others appear to be acceptable. Taking silence as acceptance. So I will see again if there's any parties who wish to intervene on these, and then I will maybe circle back to the request from Cambodia and Vietnam in terms of meeting that 80% bar and see if the Secretariat has any comments on that.
Nigeria? You see that?
Oh, Nigeria, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nigeria was also mentioned as one of the parties that has not submitted its NIAPS process. So we are really very grateful for the support of the Secretariat, the parties, and intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations in assisting Nigeria to address the challenges of illegal wildlife trade, which is related to Nigeria. We assure the committee of our intention to implement the convention, and also the previous recommendations acknowledges the concerns of the Secretariat regarding Nigeria's participation in the NIAPS process. So in particular, we would like to take this opportunity to assure the committee and the Secretariat of our commitment to tackle illegal wildlife trade. Nigeria has faced challenges and delays in updating its progress report in time for the present meeting. I will respectfully request that we will ensure the submission of the NIAPS progress report in line with the guidelines and in consultation with the Secretariat and relevant expert stakeholders. We are also committed to taking measures such as engaging the NIAPS process to comprehensively tackle illegal ivory trade, but will highlight that reduced capacity and resources will make the reporting obligations challenging. We would also like to take this opportunity to repeat our requests for continued assistance to tackle the serious transnational crime of illegal wildlife trade, especially under the Compliance Assistance Program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Nigeria. And yeah, I will note that given the conclusion of our previous discussion, we would also have to clarify the timeline for Nigeria's reporting, as you suggested, similar to the previous. So the 60 days from this meeting. Okay, seeing no further requests for the floor, perhaps I'll turn to the Secretariat for your reactions on the request from Cambodia and Vietnam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There may have been a misunderstanding of the guidelines to the NIA process and the circumstances under which a country can leave the NIA process. According to step 4, paragraph E of the guidelines to the NIA process, a NIAP is achieved when 80% of NIAP actions have been assessed as substantially achieved or achieved, and all remaining actions have to be on track. So it's not enough to just have 80% of the actions achieved. All remaining actions have to be on track. I believe, and I thank Vietnam for the clarification on actions 4.5 and 5.1. But even if we can agree to them being achieved, that would still mean that some of the actions in Vietnam's NIAP are not on track yet. They may be partial progress, or they may be not commenced. So from that point of view, technically, Vietnam is not in a position to exit the NIAP process, and the same is true for Cambodia. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I don't have really good guidance from the committee on this one. Oh, so committee, since you've heard me, I'm going to be looking for your guidance on this one. I have good input on some of the recommendations. Based on what we heard from Cambodia and Vietnam, and what you heard from the Secretariat, I would seek your guidance on if you would like to have further discussion about the achieving of the 80% with the remainder on track, or if you feel, based on what you've heard, that the recommendations from the Secretariat are appropriate. That's the first piece I'm looking for guidance on. The second piece I'm looking for guidance on is related to the addition proposed by the European Union that if the recommendation to report within 60 days is not met, that there is a notification to suspend trade. So I will seek your guidance on this. I will take, on the issue with Cambodia and Vietnam, I will take silence to mean that you concur with the existing recommendations and the explanation provided by the Secretariat, and that while we take note of Vietnam and Cambodia's request, there's still some progress to be made in order to achieve that limit in the resolution. And I will also take silence to be concurrence with the European Union's proposed addition to the reporting requirement 60 days. So unless you disagree with those points, please speak up, but otherwise silence that will be my conclusion on those points. So thank you, I appreciate your insights. Thank you, Congo. Go, please, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je suis en train de m'interloquer sur la
I
démarche.
have some questions as to our procedure here. Now, when a country does not meet the CITES requirements it is to comply with, there are a certain number of requirements to be met. But I really am scratching my head a bit here. I wonder just how long these states are going to wait until they actually do live up to their requirements. I think we need to give this some thought. States really do need to fulfill their responsibilities with respect to governance and transparency obligations. Now, with Madagascar, for instance, I remember that in 2018 I was in Sochi and the same kinds of issues came up. Let's really put our heads together on this, because I think we are really getting tied up in knots here. Now, I've had to think about these things with respect to my own country, and I think that we all need to make sure that we think together about this. Here we are, experts met in Greater Lyon, and I do think that this is an issue that warrants our consideration.
Thank you, Congo. And certainly we've spent a good morning and part of this afternoon talking about compliance issues, which demonstrates the importance that the committee, the COP has placed on these issues and the complexity of the issues that are discussed. As you are suggesting, there might be room for a reconsideration or a general consideration on how we manage these issues. However, at the time, we're going to work with the direction that we've been given by the Conference of the Parties, in particular with the NEAP and with the other processes. And so I encourage you as a party, and indeed as all parties, if you feel that there is greater reflection needed by parties, that the Conference of the Parties might be a place to raise those points. But right now, as the committee, I think we need to follow the directions we were given through the resolution and this process. So I didn't see flags, so I'm assuming that what I laid out as what silence means to me was understood. So I'm just going to go through the recommendations so that we're all clear. And before I do see one organization, so I will see if there's organizations who wish to speak. I will take the one from EIA. Briefly, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This intervention is made on behalf of EIA and 11 other observer organisations, and we have shared their names with the Secretariat by email. We would like to use this opportunity to remind the committee that the NIAP process was initiated nearly 10 years ago, and in light of persistent non-reporting and compliance issues by a number of parties, the process should be reviewed to ensure it remains fit for purpose. Several parties' NIAPs are outdated, and a comprehensive review would ensure relevancy and proportionality to parties' roles in ivory trafficking, including an emphasis on the impact of actions taken to address IWT, as called for in amendments made to the guidelines at COP18. We note and share the Secretariat's repeated concerns that not all parties are submitting progress reports, but would highlight that oral reports provided during regular meetings of the Standing Committee do not comply with the NIAP guidelines and do not provide the committee with sufficient time to evaluate progress. There also appears to be significant connections between efforts under the NIAP and Article 13 processes regarding compliance, and we would recommend a review to ensure a complementary and non-duplicative approach. We would also encourage greater use of existing tools and sources of data, such as the iQuick Indicator Framework for Combating Wildlife and Forest Crime, the Wildlife and Forest Analytical Toolkit, annual illegal trade reports, and ETIS to support parties to report on measures being taken to tackle trafficking. For these reasons, we are concerned that the NIAP process risks straying from its original purpose, becoming burdensome for parties and the Secretariat. We therefore recommend that the Standing Committee request that the Secretariat conduct a comprehensive review of the effectiveness and impact of the process to address the issues identified above and to provide an update on such a review at COP19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Environmental EIA. I'm sure the parties have taken good note of your comments and your suggestion, and so I will invite parties to reflect on that point. However, I would like to now turn our attention to the decisions and the recommendations that are found in document 28.4. I'm going to go through them one at a time to make sure that we are clear. Don't worry, I won't be reading them all. So, decisions, the recommendations in 28.4, it is my assessment that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations provided for Turkey. It's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations directed to Angola, Cameroon, and Ethiopia, with the additional language for paragraph C provided by the European Union, where if the report is not received within 60 days, there is a notification to parties to suspend trade. We take note of Cambodia's comments and report, but it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations directed to Cambodia, and we look forward to hearing more about your progress. I also understand that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations directed to Congo. The Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations directed to the Democratic Republic of Congo, with the addition from the European Union regarding the meeting of the 60-day deadline. I understand that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations directed to Gabon, as well as to the Laos People Democratic Republic. I understand that the committee agrees with the recommendations directed to Malaysia. With regards to Mozambique, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the updated recommendations to Mozambique that reflect that they have provided their report. For Nigeria, I understand that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations to Nigeria. And in particular, in the context of the previous discussion and the decisions made there, I believe we are in particular requesting Nigeria to submit their report within 60 days. So it requests Nigeria to submit its NIA progress report to the Secretariat within 60 days of the conclusion of SC 74. And then the language also, otherwise there will be a notification issued to suspend trade, I believe, that additional language proposed by the EU. I understand there's agreement with the recommendations to Qatar. There's also agreement with the revised recommendations for Togo that the Secretariat read out in light of the fact that Togo submitted a report late. There continues to be agreement with the recommendations with regard to Vietnam. And finally, I understand that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendation related to Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of China. So thank you. Right, and we do also note the report, as we did with Cambodia. We note the comments provided on behalf of Vietnam and their request to exit the process. However, the committee agrees with the recommendations as proposed by the Secretariat. Okay. So with that, I believe we conclude that item, and we can turn our attention to the last item on the morning agenda, document 28.5 on Totoaba. So document 28.5 was prepared by the Secretariat, and I invite the Secretariat to please provide us with a brief introduction.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, the illegal fishing of Totoaba and the threat this poses to the vaquita remains a matter of great concern. The reports received from Mexico, other parties and stakeholders and the Secretariat on the implementation of the COP18 decisions on Totoaba are to be considered at the present meeting. Mexico reported in detail on the measures and activities it conducted to implement the decisions on Totoaba directed to Mexico. This includes, amongst others, activities aimed at preventing fishers and vessels from entering the Vaquita Refuge and Zero Tolerance Area, gillnet removal work, collecting and analyzing information, undertaking intelligence-driven investigations and operations, and work to facilitate progress towards the establishment and operationalization of the Trilateral Enforcement Contact Group together with China and the United States of America. The observations and conclusions of the Secretariat regarding Mexico's implementation of the decisions directed to it are presented in paragraphs 12 to 35 of the document. Although progress has been made on some fronts, it does not seem that a zero-tolerance policy is being applied by Mexico in the Vaquita Refuge and zero-tolerance area. The continued presence of fishers in the restricted areas is the single most important factor that significantly undermines the efforts of Mexico and the progress made by Mexico on other fronts. Now, the recommendations regarding Mexico for consideration by the committee are presented in paragraph 53A of the document. The Secretariat also report in the document on the outcomes of the online meeting of range, transit and consumer states of Totoaba. The meeting outcomes document is available as Annex 4 to the present document, as well as a document from the meeting containing matters for further discussion and information on matters regarding which consensus could not be reached at the online meeting. This document is available as Annex 5, and the recommendations regarding the Totoaba meeting is presented in paragraphs 53B and C. Regarding the study on Vaquita and Totoaba, the Secretariat proposes draft decisions for consideration by the committee to be submitted to COP19, and these are presented in paragraph 54 of the document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So with the report of the Secretariat, I now will open the floor for comments. Perhaps I will see if first Mexico wishes to react, and then I will open the floor to the Stand Committee members. Mexico, please, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam. Greetings to everyone, and particularly greetings to women who are today acknowledging how much still remains to be done. That said, Mexico would like to thank the Secretariat for their report. We're particularly pleased at the recognition made of our progress with respect to the implementation of Decision 18293. We have succeeded in reducing the risk to Totoaba. It is now moved from endangered to vulnerable on the red list of endangered species of the IUCN. Mexico has made every effort to implement decisions and has made progress with respect to repopulation of the species. However, at the same time, it is having to deal with the consequences of the illegal trade in swim bladders, which requires work from the Trilateral Contact Group. This means that we're going to have to work with other organizations, civil society, and others in order to deal with a situation which involves organized crime, as we know. The capture, trade, and illegal trade in illegal trafficking of totoaba and the protection of vaquita is a matter for conservation of our natural resources, and this matter that has negative effects on the economy, security, and well-being of the communities of the Upper Gulf of California. We have therefore decided that in order to protect the totoaba as well as vaquitas, there is a need to ensure that the federal states work together and states, municipalities, civil society, and fishers as well. With coordination, we've managed to increase the number of seizures and sentencing of those who fish totoaba illegally. We've also held workshops in order to promote legal fishing that is sustainable, and we have also recovered some 400 gill nets in the last 2 years. We have acted with full transparency with the international community with respect to our national strategy. We have had 4 biannual reports and 2 exhaustive reports published, and we have also taken on board the recommendations of other international fora, such as the World Heritage Committee of UNESCO, with the support of the IUCN, in order to strengthen our strategy for the conservation and protection of the species of the Upper Gulf of California. We would like to thank those organizations for their support and say that we continue to work closely with the CITES Secretariat, states parties, international organizations, and civil society bodies. If we wish to continue making progress, we have to recognize that illegal traffic in totoaba swim bladders is a matter under the control of international criminal networks, and we therefore need to ensure that we have enough intelligence in order to increase our arrests, seizures, and more severe sentencing. Mexico agrees with the recommendations in Document 28.5, paragraph 53. It is clearly the case that this is an issue that has to be dealt with through international cooperation. That is why we would reiterate the need to make the trilateral group involving the governments of China, the United States, and Mexico has to be put on an official basis. We would call upon states affected by illegal trade, international organizations, and civil society bodies to strengthen the ties that allow them not only to fight organized crime and the demand for the products, for illegal products, but also to ensure that financial resources are made available for capacity building and strategic activities in order to ensure that we can deal with the type of fishing gear available in the region. We need to ensure that we do everything that we can in our region in order to make progress. We are not involved in international trade of wild totoaba parts or derivatives, let alone the vaquita. We are not an enemy of the totoaba or the vaquita. We are striving to ensure their conservation. All of us who are gathered here today have shared objectives, which is why we hope to be able to continue to maintain effective communication among the CITES Secretariat, civil society organizations, international organizations, and parties are involved in this issue in order to ensure that we deal with it successfully. This is a matter of the utmost priority for Mexico, and we therefore under our president's instruction, want to ensure the protection and sustainability of our natural resources and our endemic species in order to promote the welfare and development of our communities. We are well aware of the fact that we need to keep working with the international community in order to deal with these complicated matters. If we do not do that, we will not be able to meet our shared objective, which is to protect the totoaba and the vaquita. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. And I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee. And I will also open the floor to observer parties. So Kuwait, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to congratulate Mexico and their great efforts to combat the illegal fishing and trafficking of totoaba and the significant information provided in this document, and also would like to encourage Mexico to continue on their progress, and also would like to support the recommendation in draft decision in paragraph 53 and 54. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuwait. I'll continue to take interventions both from Standing Committee members and observer parties. So I see Senegal, the United States, and Brazil. So Senegal, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. On this matter of Totoaba McDonald's, we recognize that this is a species on the verge of extinction, and we feel that there is every need to take all measures possible in order to ensure that the species does not disappear. We have to act on a precautionary basis. If a state is not in a position to meet its CITES obligations, there need to be measures taken in order to ensure that it does act in keeping with its obligations. That is the role of CITES. We cannot remain on the sidelines if a species is threatened with extinction because of human activity. What we need to react and to do so effectively in order to protect the species. We feel that CITES has to impose sanctions if any country is not acting in keeping with its obligations. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. The United States, followed by Brazil, and then the European Union. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States appreciates the substantive and detailed reports from Mexico to the Secretariat and the Secretariat's review and analysis of these reports. We appreciate the efforts and resources deployed by Mexico to address illegal fishing and trafficking of totoaba and the associated threats posed to the nearly extinct vaquita. We also wish to acknowledge with appreciation our longstanding collaboration with Mexico in conserving a number of species of shared concern. With that longstanding relationship in mind, it's hard for us to be in this position. Yet we cannot ignore that Mexico's actions have not curbed the illegal fishing or illegal international trade of totoaba, which goes unabated, while vaquita continue to drown in illegal gill nets targeting totoaba. As such, CITES is not being implemented effectively by Mexico. Pursuant to Decision 18.295, Paragraph B, members of the Standing Committee are asked to review and assess any information submitted by the Secretariat and make recommendations in accordance with Resolution Comp 14.3, Rev Cop 18 on CITES compliance procedures. Based on the information provided by the Secretariat in Document 28.5, Paragraph 3, which states the Secretariat continues to conclude that the provisions of the decision of 18.293, paragraph I, to effectively prevent fishers and vessels from entering the vaquita refuge area have not been implemented, end quote, along with a review of the supplemental information in Annexes 1 through 8, and the fact that totoaba continue to be illegally traded in contravention of CITES. It is evidence that CITES is not being effectively implemented for this species. As such, pursuant to paragraph 30 of Resolution Conf 14.3 Rev Cop 18, which states, quote, in certain cases, the Standing Committee decides to recommend the suspension of commercial or all trade in specimens of one or more species of CITES listed, or one or more CITES listed species consistent with the convention. Such a recommendation may be made in cases where a party's compliance matter is unresolved and persistent, and it continues. We note that noncompliance with decision 18.293, paragraph little a, little I, and decision 18.293, paragraph B has been persistent, despite repeated calls by CITES for urgent implementation of these actions and provision of support for them. The illegal commercial trade in Totoaba has persisted for years in contravention of Article 3. For this reason, we urge the Standing Committee to act at this meeting. We believe the situation is dire enough to recommend a suspension of commercial trade in specimens of CITES-listed species from Mexico until measurable progress is made by Mexico in implementing the recommendations proposed by the Secretariat in paragraph 53, little a, little I through little v in SC 74, Doc 28.5. Further, we call on the Standing Committee to act by A, urging that between now and the 75th meeting of the Standing Committee Mexico demonstrate measurable progress on the following critical actions that will allow for effective CITES implementation by affecting illegal harvest destined for illegal and international trade that are drawn from recommendations proposed in document 28.5, paragraph 53A, 3 little i's, V, as follows. Number 1, effectively implement all aspects of Mexico's new regulatory agreement published in the Official Journal of the Federation of Mexico on September 24th, 2020, and supplemented in January 2021. Number 2, urgently scale up, fully fund, and expand enforcement activities in the Vaquita Refuge Zero Tolerance area and on land to ensure that authorities with legal powers of seizure and arrest are present on a full-time basis to prevent fishers from entering and engaging in illegal activities in these areas. Number 3, ensure that the Vaquita Refuge Zero Tolerance area is maintained as a net-free zone by urgently scaling up and funding net removal efforts, increasing collaboration with fishers and partners, expeditiously issuing collaboration agreements with partners, and promptly destroying any marked or confiscated gear. Additionally, B, requesting the government of Mexico to invite the Secretariat for a second mission to assess progress on implementing these measures and to ensure effective delivery of these measures. Para C, requesting the Secretariat review the best available information, in particular noting information about fishing during the Totoaba spawning season from December 2021 to April 2022. And D, requesting the Secretariat to prepare a report of the findings of the mission and the review of the information with an assessment of whether Mexico has taken measurable action to implement these critical actions to share with the Standing Committee at its 75th meeting by the document submission deadline. Based on the Secretariat's report, the Standing Committee at its 75th meeting commit to review progress made by Mexico and decide whether the recommendation to suspend commercial trade in specimens of CITES-listed species from Mexico may be lifted because progress is considered sufficient. Additionally, we request the Standing Committee to recommend to COP19 renewing and updating decisions aimed at continued efforts to curb the illegal harvest of Totoaba and save the vaquita from extinction, rather than the recommended draft decisions in 19.AA and 19.BB. In particular, we call on the Standing Committee to recommend to COP19 renew decision 18.292, paragraph A through E, delete decision 18.292, paragraph F, as another study on Totoaba and vaquita is not necessary. Update and renew Decision 18.293 by incorporating all of the recommendations found in the SC 74 Doc 28.5 paragraph 53A 3i through VI and inserting, quote, and zero tolerance area, end quote, after each time, quote, Vaquita refuge area, end quote, is mentioned. For paragraph 3i, insert, quote, to be reviewed and shared within 60 days with the parties affected by illegal trade in Totoaba, end quote. For paragraph iv, strike trilateral and replace with Totoaba. Update and renew Decision 18.294, paragraph B and D. Incorporate the recommendation found in SC 74 Doc 28.5, paragraph 53A, little VII, strike paragraph A, strike paragraph C. In paragraph D, strike all the text after as well as the outcomes, ... at the end of the sentence, and replace with, quote, to relevant parties in a timely manner within 60 days to follow receipt for review, end quote. And renew Decision 18.295. We also recommend the addition of another point that SC 74 could note under paragraph 53A, which could be inserted before the current A 3i as follows. Note that while some progress has been made in implementing Decision 18.293, Mexico has not implemented subparagraph I of the decision, which urges Mexico to effectively prevent fishers and vessels from entering the zero tolerance area, which is the most important factor to protect the Totoaba and in turn the Vaquita, and which significantly undermines Mexico's other efforts. Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence given the very full agenda to allow for such a long intervention.
Thank you, United States. And I'm sorry, but I did not follow all of those cross-references. That was a significant set of new or different recommendations and edits that you were providing. So I suspect it might be challenging for the committee to understand what you are bringing forward. So what I did pick up is that you do have some, that you're suggesting the committee consider a suspension of all CITES, commercial trade in CITES species from Mexico until there is progress. And then you had some suggestions both on future decisions to the Conference of the Parties and recommendations. So that was quite a bit. I think I will continue to take interventions and then I will come back to see if we need to get some clarifications on those points. So with that, I see I had on my list the Brazil and the EU, and then I have some reactions here. But if the committee is all right, perhaps I can turn. Okay. What I'll do is I will ask the members then of the committee who have indicated they wish to speak, and then I will come back to Brazil and the European Union. So I have China, Indonesia to start with, please.
Thank you, Chair. I share your opinion on the criteria and on the proposals by the US. It's too difficult indeed to listen to such a string of comments. China would like to congratulate Mexico on their efforts to conservationist efforts for the Totoaba population, and we congratulate them on the progress reached in this area. Of course, there is still much to be done, and The road is still very long, but we are fully confident in Mexico's abilities, and we believe that Mexico's commitments merit to be recognized, and Mexico does deserve to have the chance of fulfilling those commitments. We therefore don't agree on activating actions on behalf of the Secretariat or the Standing Committee. As for China, China gives a great importance to the conservation of Totoaba, and we are ready to work with all involved actors, mainly Mexico and the US, to fight against the illegal trade. And we generally support the recommendations of document 28.5. Due to staff restrictions as well as other factors linked to the global pandemic, we have only just started the trilateral contact group information in order to carry out this very important and crucial work for the future functioning of a cooperation mechanism. We will be needing some more time, and we would like to suggest that the deadline included in the draft resolution in order to communicate the schedule for the trilateral contact group be pushed to end of May, and we hope that the Standing Committee will be able to agree with this suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, China. So I understand that your preference is the recommendations laid out in the document, 53 and 54, but that the 15 April deadline in recommendation C be moved ahead a couple weeks, a month to the end of May. Okay. Thank you, China. Lots of moving parts here. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving Indonesia again the floor. First of all, Indonesia supports every ex situ conservation of the species included in Appendix 1 and appreciates the implementation of the all-range state to protect the Totoaba. Therefore, Indonesia highly appreciates the efforts on the implementation of the all-range stage to protect the Totoaba, including by countries that have already fulfilled the requirement on the registration of the captive breeding on Totoaba and have a management plan to make sure the sustainability of Totoaba in their wild habitat. In this regard, Indonesia notes the efforts made and substantial resources developed by Mexico to address illegal fishing and trafficking of Totoaba and associated threats posed to the FAKITA, as also was reflected by the Secretariat. And finally, Indonesia is in support of the draft decision as reflected in paragraph 4, and thanks the Secretariat for their hard work. And Indonesia would like to record that we are amenable to the Chinese proposal, and we can go along with consensus in this regard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. So you're also agreeing with the recommendations in the document 28.5, paragraphs 53 and 54. Okay. So I had Brazil and the EU. So I will turn now to Brazil, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Brazil would like to acknowledge all the efforts made by the Secretariat and Mexico to address the illegal fishing and trafficking of Totoaba. This is a clear case of the need of international cooperation between sources and destinations. In that sense, the text proposed by the Secretariat and supported by China and Indonesia seems to be more balanced than what was recommended by our colleague from the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. The next on my list is the European Union.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. The EU would like to thank the Secretariat for this excellent report. And we would like to congratulate as well Mexico for their commitments, whilst always remaining extremely concerned on the lack of progress on some of the key issues, in particular the vessels issue, vessels that continue fishing illegally in the Vaquita safe zone and the zero tolerance zone. The EU supports the proposals made and recommendations made in this report, insisting in the importance of cooperation between Mexico and destination countries for the illegal trade. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. So I will continue to see if there are comments from members of the Standing Committee or observer parties, and then I will see where we end up. Okay, I have Israel, Canada, and the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. In listening to the intervention from the United States, there's no doubt that it was a complex and long intervention with some specific suggestions for moving forward. But there's also no doubt that this was a very, very strong cry out loud by a very concerned party for the state of the Vaquita, which has less than a dozen individuals left living in the wild. And for the United States to take a position calling for a total trade ban could only result as the needs of this committee to come to a very strong and even a very difficult decision to try and do everything possible in the field to save the last of this species. The only way that's going to happen is if Mexico steps up even more than they've done already to even further efforts to enforce the gillnet ban and the non-fishing zones. There's no doubt that Mexico is doing a lot, and on that, of course, we commend them. But the call for a trade suspension is finally pulling the stick out, where until now only the carrot has been used as a method to try and get things moving. We state that we agree with the United States that there's an urgent, even more than urgent need to go further than we've done before in this committee, sending recommendations for renewing the efforts will work, but even more is needed at this time. So in this case, we would support the U.S. recommendation, and if we need to, we have to sit down and sort through the text of what they proposed to make sure that everyone understood it. By and large, they're just simply saying renew the decisions that are in there that were taken by the COP, but increase the efforts of Mexico to enforce these and report back at the Standing Committee meeting that will take place in November. The trilateral meeting or the international meeting is of course very important. We would also encourage that into this efforts, there also has to be effort made to seek alternative Vaquita-safe fishing gear and to explore methods to actually assist the fishers and their families to develop a clear plan for being able to use this kind of methods for conducting their livelihoods without endangering the Vaquita. Research is being done on this, and these kind of methods need to be funded and investigated and scaled up. So in conclusion, we call on this committee to take the maybe painful but also the necessary hard step to get Mexico to work even harder than they have until now. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. I had Canada followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you very much, Chair. Canada really appreciates the great emphasis on the importance of international cooperation. Without having the opportunity to fully digest the proposal of the United States, we will not comment on it. Canada's position, however, is to support the Standing Committee noting the report, and we applaud Mexico's ongoing efforts and resource investments to address illegal fishing on this species, and we encourage Mexico to continue increasing this excellent work, strengthening and scaling up these efforts. We continue to support the urgent and critical conservation and management of Totoaba to prevent its extinction. Although Canada is not a range state for Totoaba, we are committed to continued collaboration with implicated CITES parties to find ways to work together on this species. Finally, Chair, if there is an extension of the deadline being considered, we would appreciate hearing from Mexico, and we might be willing to consider that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. And just to be clear, the extension of the deadline is only in reference to the request to China, Mexico, and the United States to set and agree a timeline to finalize the terms of reference for the Trilateral Enforcement Contact Group. The other activities also are following the existing requirements in the decisions. So I had the Republic of Korea.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Republic of Korea is aware of the information regarding the illegal trafficking of Totoaba on the Mexico's report. We support the recommendation on paragraph 53B, little 3I. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Korea, Republic of Korea. Okay, Max. So I see Mexico wants to revert, and also the European Union. Mexico, would you like to have the last word? Because the European Union wanted to. Okay, so European Union, please go ahead, and then I'll turn to Mexico.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. For us, it is difficult to speak on the proposals made by the US. We haven't had a chance to read them fully. In any case, one of the recommendations we would be able to support, the one on the Secretariat on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. So I understood from your previous intervention, and correct me if I misunderstood this intervention, that you're supportive of the recommendations that are found in document 28.5 that were made by the Secretariat. Okay. Thank you, European Union.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Yeah, that's correct, Chair. Thank you.
With that, I will turn to Mexico for your reactions, and then I will provide a bit of a summary.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I would like to make a few comments. Firstly, on what the US delegation has said. We believe that these indications are not adequate. Mexico, according to what we have said and what has been approved and is reflected on the reports, those reports have been brought forward with all the different annexes of the daily activities that the country carries out, activities that have been validated by the authorities, and this is validated international. Mexico has fulfilled its own obligations. Indeed, some problems do remain in this issue, and as I have already said, Mexico is working hard to protect and preserve not only the vaquita but the totoaba. These problems do not come from the country. It's not the fact that the country is not protecting this endemic species, but rather the lack of participation of other countries that should be and must be committed. And I talk here about the decision 18.92, a decision from CITES to the state parties, in which it is indicated that all parties must participate in solving this problem, eliminating, amongst others, offer and demand. We know that this problem exists because the demand is still there for the totoaba fish on behalf of countries that are either transit or destination countries. This is therefore an issue that should not be left behind, and is an issue that does not entail that Mexico is not carrying out all actions that are necessary. We have informed in goodwill of everything we're doing, and we have done it truthfully. We have always spoken truthfully, whether this were the right thing or not, in reports that we have presented, including in the exceptional cases where we have seen the introduction of vessels in the zero-tolerance zone. There were 2 cases that we actually included in our report, as we should, because as with any other convention, we all must act with goodwill and in true trust and truthfulness. We therefore do not think that this should be modified, and indeed there is participation of all parties, including those who are part of the demand, because the product arrives to them. It's not an international trade that is being carried out by Mexico illegally. What happens is that we're making this species endangered, including the extraction of the swim bladder of this fish that is then thrown to sea, creating a pollution problem for Mexico. Mexico is putting the resources from its own taxpayers to solve this issue. For this reason, we recognize that in order to solve this problem, we need international cooperation. We need an operation that be based not only on the implementation of different decisions like 18293, but as well through the resources. As for the decision 18.293, I reiterate, Mexico has done its homework, and as we can see with the reports, Mexico continues with its progress. Not only different authorities of the Mexican government are participating in finding a solution to this problem, but I would also like to say that the Marine Life Ministry has carried out a permanent and daily surveillance from a boat, from a ship in the zero-tolerance area, which is why in the last few months we have not had to report on the entrance of different illegal vessels in this area. This is proof that Mexico is doing its job. Mexico has proof. Mexico has the evidence necessary that can be actually brought forward, and that study that is being suggested should be eliminated. We don't think it should be deleted, because this is a decision made by CITES, and it's a firm decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mexico, and thank you to all the parties. Okay, I'm really mindful that we haven't even finished the morning's agenda. So, Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do apologize to come back, but I do think that the point of the EU has not been clarified. We heard the intervention from the US, and although it was lengthy, we want to highlight that they also asked that maybe a mission from the Secretariat could provide some assistance to Mexico, and we feel that that would be maybe a solution that can be envisaged here in this difficult issue, and especially because of the last intervention of Mexico on those vessels in the Vaquita area. So maybe there's some needs of clarification, and maybe that mission could provide that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to consult with the Secretariat because I was trying to understand, because I understand Mexico is providing regular reports, and so there is indeed another report due at the end of May. So first of all, I've heard lots of views. I understand there's a lot of concern about the illegal fishing of the totoaba and its effect on the vaquita species, and that there is some critical concerns on that species. I've heard from a number of parties regarding the recommendations in the document, and I've also heard from the United States, supported by Israel and Senegal, about more urgent, including a recommendation to suspend trade. Overall, however, it seems to me that the parties who spoke spoke more in favor of the recommendations in paragraph 53 and 54. And I do note that Mexico, as per the compliance resolution, is showing good effort and intention to achieve compliance. So I also understand that there's some concerns about the decisions and the moving forward. So here's my understanding, and I'm also taking into account the point made by Belgium. So first of all, the recommendations in paragraph 53A, I understand that because there is another report due from Mexico at the 30th of April, we could ask Mexico in particular to include these items in that report, the one that's coming up. And then that will give us some further information. In addition, after consultation with the Secretariat believes it would be possible for them to undertake a second mission to Mexico in advance of, ideally, the next Standing Committee meeting, and so to provide some further elaboration and consideration for some of the concerns that were raised. I see agreement with the recommendations in 53 subparagraph B and C, including the pushing forward a bit of time for the finalization of the Trilateral Enforcement Group as requested by China. Overall, I saw agreement with the two new decisions that are proposed. With respect to the existing decisions, so right now there is no recommendation here on what to do with those existing decisions. What I heard from the concerns from the U.S. is that there's a need to continue those decisions in the next intersessional period. So one of my suggestions would be that given that we are awaiting a report from Mexico at the end of May, that at the end of April, that upon submission of that report, and perhaps if it's timely after the visit from the Secretariat could work on updating the existing decisions in consultation with the committee through the chair, and we could submit those before the document deadline to the Conference of the Parties, so that in addition to 19AA and BB that is found in paragraph 54 of the document, there would be a revision and update of the existing, what numbers are they? 292 to 295. I would do that in consultation with the committee so that the committee would have the opportunity to engage their regional counterparts. It'll be by correspondence, and so it'll be a bit challenging, but of course the Conference of the Parties can course correct anything as is their authorities. So this is my proposed approach on this, in recognition, again, that this is an urgent matter, a matter of serious concern, but also in recognition that Mexico has clearly demonstrated a strong willingness to achieve compliance and has been regularly reporting as has been requested. I do see some nods, including nods from those who favored the more stringent report, so I think it's agreeable to the committee. And so just for the Secretariat's clarity, because I threw a lot at you, we agree with the recommendations in paragraph 53 with the modification of the deadline in paragraph 53C to be end of May. We agree with the decisions to be submitted in paragraph 54. We additionally invite the Secretariat to undertake a second mission to Mexico to evaluate their progress in implementing the decisions that were adopted by the Conference of the Parties, and in particular paying particular attention to those items that the Secretariat found needed strengthening. And finally, after the mission, if possible, and after the submission of Mexico's next regular report, the Secretariat, in consultation with the Standing Committee through its chair, will review and propose updates to decisions 18292 to 18295. Apologies, I know I did not take time to seek the intervention of observers. I am just starting to get really quite worried about my agenda, so I beg your indulgence, but I would like to at least try to tackle some of the afternoon's agenda before we break in the next half hour. So thank you, committee, and thank you very much for that robust discussion. And I will now turn everyone's attention to document 26, please. So document 26 was prepared on national laws for implementation, was prepared by the Secretariat, so I'd invite the Secretariat to please present this document.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. Resolution 8.4 on national legislation for convention implementation invites the Secretariat to identify who who's entitled to designate a management authority or scientific authority, ban trade, penalize trade, and seize any specimens that have been illegally traded or seized. The Secretariat then has to classify legislation into 3 categories. Category 1 means that legislation meets the minimal requirements. To date, 180 countries have legislation in Category 1. Despite significant progress and commitments, 72 parties still have legislation in Categories 2 or 3. Since COP18, the legislation of 4 countries or independent territories, Jordan, Mauritania, St. Kitts and Nevis, the Solomon Islands, and Tristan Lacuna, have been put into Category 1. We would like to congratulate parties for all of the progress made and include in those congratulations all partners involved in this improved situation. We have also heard from some 50 parties about legislative progress made. Most of these parties have indeed made substantial progress with respect to the adoption of appropriate legislation. However, to date, we have heard of no progress since COP18 from some parties requiring priority attention: Dominica, Grenada, Kazakhstan, Libya, Mongolia, and Sao Tome and Principe are those countries. With respect to these parties, in keeping with 1874 and 75, the Standing Committee is invited to consider recommending suspending trade of any specimen of CITES listed species until these parties take significant, substantial legislative measures to transpose the convention into their national law. The Republic of Congo recently submitted draft revised legislation and therefore is no longer on the list of such countries. With respect to this report, the Standing Committee might like to consider requesting that the Secretariat formally warn those parties that have not made legislative progress for 3 years, inviting them to take immediate measures to ensure that they make headway before COP19. This recommendation could concern Azerbaijan, Belarus, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Kyrgyzstan, Lebanon, the Maldives, Montenegro, Sierra Leone, and Zambia. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Secretariat. In document 26, under paragraph 38, we have the recommendations on national reports. And so, first of all, the Standing Committee is invited to commend Jordan, Mauritania, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Solomon Islands for their efforts. We are invited to agree on a recommendation to suspend commercial trade with those parties found in paragraph 38B, with the exception of Congo, who has submitted legislation. And we are invited to issue a warning to other parties who have not reported any legislative progress as found in paragraph C. So I open the floor then to comments from members of the Standing Committee, and as usual, I will take silence to be agreement with the recommendations. Georgia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the Secretariat for the report and enormous efforts to assist parties in developing their national legislations. We consider national legislation as a cornerstone for successful implementation of the Convention, and we also congratulate the new parties placed in the Category 1. We also note that there are some number of countries in our region with legislations in Categories 2 and 3, including some without progress for the last 3 years. Unfortunately, I do not have information on specific reasons why these countries are not able to finalize development of the legislation. However, we consider that as it happened in other regions. Sharing experience among the parties in our region could be useful for these countries, as well as some other countries already in Category 1 who wished to further improve their legislation. This could be done through online meetings, not requiring financial resources. If the Secretariat feels that such meetings could assist these parties from our side, we are of course ready to participate and share our experience. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Georgia. We take note of your suggestion on helping these parties and your suggestion to the Secretariat. I continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee. I see Senegal.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam. And thanks to the Secretariat as well for this document, which is a very good summary of the situation. I am up to date thanks to this report, as it is good to know which parties are in which category. And we are really delighted to see the headway parties are making. However, as the Secretariat has suggested, we would urge those parties that need to make further progress to do what they can, as that is an obligation to that signatories of the Convention have undertaken. There is a need for that transposition of the Convention into national law. That is a way of dealing with all matters that would be considered an offense under national law. Congratulations to those who have made progress, and I would suggest that the others do what they can so they can join the others. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Senegal. I will see if there's any further interventions from members of the committee, and I will also invite observer parties who wish to intervene. I have Ecuador, followed by Tanzania, the United States, and India. Ecuador, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. Ecuador would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of France and the Lyon authorities for hosting this meeting, and thank the Secretariat for the documents. With respect to document 26, we would like to give you an update on what we have done in order to reach category 1. This on looking at paragraph 14. We have had an analysis of our legislative regulatory framework as well as the stage we have reached with respect to our obligations under Convention implementation. This was done with the help of Defenders of Wildlife, and it was considered that we had done enough to reach category 1. We have an Amazon region treaty, and under that organization there was an effort made in order to ensure that there was a legislative effort made. And we have a framework law on the environment, which is also helping us to ensure that we have adequate CITES implementation. And we are involved in working with scientific authorities as well as those who work in law enforcement, as well as all of the other requirements we need to respect. We are also engaged in a reform in order to ensure that wildlife crime is considered a serious offense. We, Madam Chair, are committed to having a legislative framework that will ensure that we comply with our CITES obligations. And we do hope that we will be in a position to transfer our legislation to the Secretariat for its considerations soon. We would like to thank the Secretariat, and particularly the relevant legislative services, for all the assistance that they have given Ecuador. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecuador. Next on my list is Tanzania, followed by the United States.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Tanzania the opportunity. Chair, we want to give a little bit of an update. The United Republic of Tanzania has made substantial improvement in enacting laws and regulations for the implementation of the Convention. Chair, CITES implementation regulations for United Republic of Tanzania and for Zanzibar are currently in place, but we also have designated Tanzania Wildlife Research Institute as a scientific authority for fauna, and Tanzania Forest Research Institute as a scientific authority for flora. Chair, the Director of Wildlife as the CITES Management Authority of the United Republic of Tanzania has delegated his powers to the Conservation Commissioner of Tanzania Wildlife Management Authority through a government notice 302 of 1st May 2020, and has further done the same for Tanzania Forest Services Agency for the forest subsector. Chair, at this point, we support from the United States government through the Department of Interior. Tanzania is building the capacity of the Department of Forests of Zanzibar for effective implementation of the convention in Zanzibar. Under this support, Chair, 2 staff from Zanzibar will be sponsored for Masters of CITES at the beginning of May. Again, Chair, as part of strict measures, strict internal measures, the United Republic of Tanzania has intensified security at entry and exit points and has put in place strong penalties. And this involves, for example, the review of our existing laws, which at the moment, wildlife crimes are now part of economic crimes. And as such, Chair, these crimes have no bail and can take up to 30 years of imprisonment if found guilty. We have also set up a unique anti-poaching model, which involves all government law enforcement agencies, regardless of the sector they belong to. Chair, we are also part of the implementers of the East African Community Protocol on Law Enforcement and SADC, as well as Lusaka Task Force Agreement, which entails law enforcement as part of regional and sub-regional strategies. Chair, with this, the United Republic of Tanzania is requesting to be included in Category 1 status. We feel that we meet the requirements for implementation of CITES under Category 1. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tanzania. We note your comments and would invite you to share that information as well with the Secretariat so they can make that evaluation. Thank you. Next on my list was the United States, which will be followed by India and then Brazil. The United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We want to express our appreciation to both Ecuador and Tanzania for the updates they've just provided and applaud them for their efforts and agree with your suggestion that they continue to work with the Secretariat on this matter. Furthermore, we would also like to commend the 4 parties that have achieved Category 1 status that are listed in paragraph 38 of the document. We are particularly pleased with Jordan's achievement of this status, as we have worked very closely with the Jordanian authorities and have seen their hard work in achieving this accomplishment. The United States believes that adequate national laws and other measures for implementing the Convention provide the most basic, fundamental foundation, without which it is not possible to effectively regulate trade, legal trade in CITES specimens, or combat illegal trade. We believe that the effectiveness of CITES is significantly undermined when parties do not have adequate national laws in place. And we consider the national legislation project to be critically important for achieving effective implementation of the Convention. We note that the requirements for achieving Category 1 status are the minimum required for effective implementation of the Convention. And since the beginning of the national legislation project, the Secretariat has recommended and the Standing Committee has established deadlines for parties to adopt adequate measures to implement the Convention. Deadlines have been extended in cases where progress has been shown, and where there has been no progress, formal cautions have been issued, followed by recommendations to suspend trade in cases where there is no progress in response to a formal caution. And we have consistently supported these recommendations and continue to do so. With that, the United States supports the recommendation to suspend commercial trade in the several parties listed in this document, and also to issue formal cautions for the several parties that have not made progress for more than 3 years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. Next, I have India, followed by Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. India would like to provide an update on the progress made on national legislation. The Wildlife Protection Amendment Bill 2021, which seeks to amend India's Wildlife Protection Act 1972 and insert a new chapter and other provisions to fully implement CITES, was introduced in the Parliament on 17th December 2021. It is currently under the review of the Parliamentary Standing Committee. We are hopeful for the bill to be passed in the near future and for India to be included in Category 1. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. I have Brazil next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. We would like to recognize the efforts of Ecuador has been doing and also reinforce our commitment to continue promoting benchmarking with other countries in the region, especially under the Bio-Amazonia project being implemented by Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I'm hearing agreement then with the recommendations as found in paragraph 38, and lots of good work and good progress being made by some of the parties on their legislation. There's 5 minutes left in this session, so perhaps I will see if there are any interventions from observers, and I can take 1 or 2 before concluding this item. Okay. So seeing no more further, Secretariat, did you wish to intervene?
Thank you very much, Chair. We would like to take the opportunity to thank the donors that have made possible that we provide assistance to the parties, starting by the United States. And I think the last mission we conducted was to Jordan before the pandemic. And we are very glad to see the results. To Switzerland, thank you very much for the substantive financial contribution to this work, and to the Netherlands. Thank you for your support. And I remind you that this year in March in '92, we adopted Resolution 8.4. So this year, the national legislation project is 30. My first boss in '95 was Jean-Patrick Leduc. And this ROM that you see here of Cyril Declem was the lawyer that developed the guidance to implement a national legislation to assist you in having the best possible legal basis to implement the treaty. Thank you very much to the donors and to France for those contributions.
Thank you, Secretariat, and indeed thanks to the donors whose contributions are so critical to advance this important work. So, seeing no further requests for the floor, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations in paragraph 38 to commend Jordan, Mauritania, St. Kitts and Nevis, and the Solomon Islands for their efforts leading to their being placed in Category 1. We agree to recommend parties to suspend trade with Dominica, Grenada, Kazakhstan, Libya, Mongolia, and São Tomé and Príncipe. We also request the Secretariat to issue the formal warning to the parties that have not reported. Azerbaijan, Belarus, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kyrgyzstan, Lebanon, Maldives, Montenegro, Sierra Leone, and Zambia. The Standing Committee also does recognize and welcome the support provided in support of the development and adoption of national measures. So we also agree with the recommendation in paragraph 39. So with that, I believe we have concluded this item, and we have 2 minutes left on the clock, so we will stop here for our dinner break. We will be returning to this room at 7 p.m., so that's 1900. Again, if Secretary, is the photographer still looking? So to my my fellow lady colleagues, if you wish to join me in a photo to celebrate International Women's Day, we would invite you to join us here at the front of the room. And are there any announcements? Okay. So if not, we will see everybody here back promptly at 7 p.m. Thank you, everyone.